Go. Ay,
Ano bang magtatanong? Mahirap tanong.
We would like to greet our minority leader a happy birthday. Welcome to the Dual Citizenship Club. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the proposed budget of the Department of National Defense.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials from the Department of National Defense, namely Secretary Gilberto Teodoro, Undersecretary Ireneo Espino, Undersecretary Pablo Lorenzo, Undersecretary Ignacio Madriaga, Undersecretary Angelito De Leon, Undersecretary Salvador Mison Jr., Assistant Secretary Gavin Edhawan, Assistant Secretary Henry Robinson Jr., Assistant Secretary Antonio Bautista, Assistant Secretary Joselito Ramos, Assistant Secretary Emmanuel Anthony Ramos, Assistant Secretary Eric Lawrence D., AFP Chief of Staff General Romeo Browner Jr., AFP Vice Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Arthur Cordura, Philippine Army Commanding General Lieutenant General Roy Galido, Philippine Air Force Commanding General Lieutenant General Stephen Pareño, Philippine Navy OIC Flag Officer in Command Cesar Bernard Valencia, Philippine Veterans Affairs Office Administrator Reynaldo Mapagu, Government Arsenal Director Jerry Amante, Office of Civil Defense Administrator Ariel Nepomuceno, Veterans Memorial Medical Center Acting Director Franklin Gali, National Defense College of the Philippines President Ferdinand Cartujano, Philippine Military Academy Superintendent Lieutenant General Rowen Tolentino, Philippine Marine Corps Commandant General Arturo Rojas, AFP Health Service Commander Edgar Cardinoza, and Presidential Security Group Commander Brigadier General Ramon Zagala.
We would like to acknowledge our guests and friends from the Department of National Defense, headed by our former colleague, the Honorable Secretary Gilberto Teodoro Jr. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Mercedes Alvarez, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations and Representative of the 6th District of Negros Oriental, to sponsor and answer questions on the proposed budget of the Department of National Defense.
The lady from the 6th District of Negros Occidental and the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Representative Mercedes Alvarez, is hereby recognized to begin the sponsorship of the budget of the Department of National Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Together with the Department of National Defense, headed by our former colleague, Secretary Gilbert Teodoro, we are now ready to answer questions about the proposed budget of the DND. We are now ready to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Sergio Dogoo of the APEC party list to interpellate the sponsor in the proposed budget of the Department of National Defense.
The gentleman from APEC party list, the Honorable Sergio Dogoo, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa ating panauhin, the Secretary of the Department of National Defense, Secretary Gibo, our Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, General Browner, at sa lahat ng mga kasamahan niya. Magandang hapon po. My issue, Mr. Speaker, is not new to the sponsor. This is an old and recurring issue which I wonder why hindi ito matuldok-tuldokan. So, first of all, just for the record, Mr. Speaker, may I ask the distinguished sponsor, am I correct that the Department of National Defense, through the Office of the Secretary, supervises the armed forces of the Philippines, which is composed of Philippine Army, Philippine Air Force, and Philippine Navy? Mr.
It is
Speaker.
correct, Mr. Speaker.
Am I correct also, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that the AFP General Headquarters exercises overall command and control of all armed forces of the Philippines unit, while the AFP-wide service support units provides general support to the GHQ and Unified Command, Mr. Speaker.
Correct, Mr. Speaker.
Doon po sa proposed budget for the fiscal year 2024, magkano po at anong item? How much and what particular or specific items in the budget that is intended for the payment of utilities like telephone, water, and electricity, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, the payments of utilities is under the MOOE budget of the different agencies under the DND.
Can I ask the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, if in the proposed budget for that particular expenditures, they considered the payment of electric bills to the distribution utilities, either electric cooperative or private distribution utilities, including those unpaid accounts in the prior years. Did they consider that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if that has been considered, have they also considered that in the last 5 years proposed budget of the Department of National Defense, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
If that is the case, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, what is the reason why year in, year out, this is a recurring issue? Kasi ilang taon na to, 4 na taon na po ako dito sa Kongreso, first year ko pa lang, ito na yung issue ko. Bakit po hindi masolusyonan? Nagpapalit na tayo ilang beses ng Chief of Staff. Nagpapalit na tayo ng Secretary ng DND. Bakit hindi napalitan at nawala yung issue ng mga unpaid accounts ng mga kampo natin sa buong bansa as far as electric bill is concerned?
Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons for the delay in the payment of utilities such as electricity is the lack of real-time reconciliation, updating of payment records, and of course the deployment rate of military units, Mr. Speaker. But as of today, in relation to what was discussed during last year's budget hearing, the DND has already formulated a way in order that these payments will be paid on time, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that is the same reason that I have heard last year's budget deliberation. And I have already explained that that reason is unacceptable. Moving of troops, no, is irrelevant. Kasi tropa lang naman yung nagmo-move. Ang kampo nandid yan. So, yung budget naman ay hindi naman dinadala ng mga tropa. I don't think na yung budget sa kampo. So, in order to shorten the discussion for the interest of time, no? I would just like to ask specific questions. Bakit umabot po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ng 15,753,000 yung unpaid account sa Tarlac 2 Electric Cooperative? I could not accept, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, na ang dahilan pa rin dito ay movement of troops at saka unreconciled account at saka billing. Kasi hindi po talaga totoo yun. Ang lahat ng consumers, all types of consumers ay binibill po yan every month, one time. Because that is the billing cycle directed to us by the Energy Regulatory Commission. Monthly po yung billing. At kung gusto ng Armed Forces, pwede pa nga tayong mag-bill in advance using the kilowatt-hour usage in the previous month. Kung yan ang gusto niyo, that has been practiced by other government agencies. So, on this specific electric co-op na napakalaki, very substantial amount, 15 million, bakit umabot ng ganito, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, this representation fully understands what the cooperatives are going through. As an offshoot, Mr. Speaker, of what happened last year during the 2023 budget deliberation, the AFP has actually activated the installation and management commands of the different major services, which aims to cater to the utility requirement of all military camps. This includes the maintenance of facilities and, importantly, the payment of electricity and water bills, Mr. Speaker. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I hope the gentleman understands and will accept that the AFP assures that the bulk of the electricity bills will be paid soon, Mr. Speaker.
Just for the record, no, I am thankful to the sponsor on that response. No, I hope the response is candid, the response is truthful, and panindigan ng sponsor at ni General Browner, in this case, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to state for the record, yung pong binabayaran natin sa kuryente, in every piso po, 18 centavos lang yung pinaka-maximum na matitira sa distribution utilities. Kasi the other charges there, collector lang po ang mga distribution utilities. 60% of that, or 60 pesos in every piso, sa planta po yon. The electricity is not produced by the distribution utilities. It is produced by the power plants. At bumibili lang po ang mga distribution utilities sa planta. Kaya pag hindi po nabayaran yung 1 piso na yan, 60 centavos kaagad ang hahanapin ng distribution utility para mabayaran yung planta at hindi maputulan yung buong. I'm talking of not only disconnection of the camp, but yung buong franchise area ng distribution utility na yan. Every centavo na hindi nababayaran after 30 days ay may interest po yan and surcharges. At hindi po namin pwedeng ipasa sa customer yun. Kinukuha po yan sa 18 centavos na matitira sa distribution utilities. Yung mga VAT, binabayaran namin sa BIR yan because that is good as collected. Naghahanap po ang distribution utilities ng pang-subsidize para hindi kami mapinalay sa BIR yung mga VAT na yan. Yung transmission, hindi po pumapayag ang NGCP na hindi nababayaran yung transmission charge. Kaya napakalaki pong problema at yung performance ng mga distribution utilities, whether electric cooperative or private, magka-problema po kami pag-apply namin ng franchise dahil titingnan nila yung collection efficiency because that is one of the measurement. Kung ikaw ay gumagawa ng tama doon sa binibigay mo na franchise, kaya patong-patong po ang problema nito. I hope, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that this time, no, itong 2024 budget deliberation should be the last time that I will raise this issue, and we can only do that with the new leadership of the DND and our armed forces, I hope that General Browner can implement measures to prevent, to avoid recurrence of this issue in the future and help our distribution utilities deliver the services that the people, the armed forces is depending, is also the people that we are serving. Kasi this problem will redound to the inefficiency of electric service in the areas. Biruin mo, isang electric co-op lang, 15 million. In the case of Bangkasi, napakaliit na electric cooperative yung Anico, 1.6 million. I am thankful to the EEP doon sa Sornico, where I came from, no, sa Surigao Norte Electric Co-op, nabayaran na nila ni General Banson yung 70 million in 2 years. Kung hindi na-assign doon si General Banson, kinausap ko ng kinausap, dahil kamag-anak ko, nabayaran. Bakit nabayaran yun? Bakit yung ibang kampo hindi nabayaran? I hope, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, naintindihan ko naman yung puso ng sponsor natin, masinsinan yung pag-uusap namin. I felt the sincerity of the sponsor to resolve this problem. So, no need for the sponsor to respond, Mr. Speaker. Nagpapasalamat na ako in advance to Secretary Gibo, to General Browner, to the sponsor, and to the whole Armed Forces of the Philippines. Lalong-lalo na po yung ma-assign nito na point person to coordinate with our office. Magtutulungan po tayo because this is a disservice to our people kung hindi natin ma-resolve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Thank you, AFP and DND.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Kong Edsel Lagman of the 1st District of Albay.
The gentleman from the 1st District of Albay, the Honorable Edsel Lagman, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished lady yield to some questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, while I respect the position of Defense Secretary Gibo Chudoro, a former colleague and whose presidential bid I fully supported, on the present formulation of the MUF pension reform plan, providing for zero contribution from beneficiaries and 100% indexation, I agree with the position of the President's economic advisors, led by Finance Secretary Jokno, on the need of mandating active personnel to contribute to their pension plan, which should not be fully subsidized by the national government, and the removal or decrease of the indexation policy. Otherwise, the MUP pension reform plan will not be economically sustainable. Mr. Speaker, distinguished lady, may we know if the Defense Secretary's position on this issue is cast in stone?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the DND thanks Congress for giving attention to this topic. In fact, we thank the Congress for approving it yesterday, Mr. Speaker, on second reading. The stand of the DND remains the same because it has proposed and was given due consideration the creation of the AFP Retirement Trust Fund. So it will be economically feasible to grant the DND's wishes and recommendation.
During the martial law regime, when the military and uniformed personnel had ascendancy, were they mandated to contribute to their pension plan?
Yes.
They
The
were.
RSBS, yes, Mr. Speaker.
They were. In the original bills on the MUP pension reform plan, there were uniform provisions on the mandatory contribution from the active personnel. Is this correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The United States, Great Britain, Canada, which are all G7 countries, as well as China, fully subsidize their pension plans without any contributions from the beneficiaries. But these countries, Mr. Speaker, enjoy superior economies, unlike the Philippines. We are not in the league of these countries. Does the sponsor agree?
Mr. Speaker, based on the data of the AFP, if the 160,000 member will contribute, it is merely very minimal, Mr. Speaker.
No. My question is whether the distinguished sponsor agrees that in the countries where the state fully subsidized the pension plan, these countries have superior economies compared to the Philippines.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
France and Italy are also G7 countries, but they mandate military and uniformed personnel to contribute to their pension plan. Is the sponsor aware of this?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but I believe that the said personnel have higher base pays, Mr. Speaker.
But countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, among many others, all at the proximate economic level of the Philippines, impose mandated contributions from NUP personnel. Is the sponsor aware of this?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Defense Secretary Teodoro justified the exemption of military personnel from contributing to the MUP reform pension plan because they die in line of duty. But public civilian and private workers are also die of work-related causes, is it not?
Mr. Speaker, in comparison to civilian servants, the risk exposure is very low compared to those of the military, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. But is the distinguished lady aware that data show that there are more public, civilian, and private personnel who die of work-related causes than military personnel dying in the line of duty? Is the distinguished lady aware of these statistics?
I am not aware of the data, Mr. Speaker, but I believe it is so because there are more civilian employees compared to military personnel.
Even on a percentage basis, the records would show that more civilian workers in government and in the private sector die because of work-related causes, like stress, they're dying while in transport to their workplaces, the exposure to chemicals and other hazardous materials, as well as accidents in the workplace. Now, let me go to my final question. what is the budgetary implication of a zero contribution and 100% indexation, which has been provided in the House bill which we approved, which the House approved on second reading yesterday.
58 billion pesos a year, Mr. Speaker.
I beg your pardon?
58 billion pesos.
What is meant by that?
That is the outlay, Mr. Speaker, which will continue. 58 billion pesos.
And what is the basis of that answer?
It is based on the GAA, Mr. Speaker.
What is meant? It is based on the GAA.
That is the pension that we are currently, or the government is currently spending, Mr. Speaker.
But we are reforming the pension system. The budgetary implication may be more, and that will be subject to further study and scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to interpellate, and thank you, distinguished sponsor, for answering my interpellation. And I would like to say that despite all of these differences, I truly respect the Defense Secretary, Gibo Teodoro.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Raul Manuel of the Kapadaan Party List.
The gentleman from Party List Kabataan, Representative Raul Manuel, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor yield to many questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Una pong topic ay ang pagdukot sa binabansagang Orion 2. Sila po ay sina Jed at Junila, dalawang kabataang kababaihan. Nabanggit po natin ito last in some privileged speech, Mr. Speaker. Kahapon din nabanggit natin dahil finally ay wala na po sa kamay ng NTF-ELCAC at ng militar ang dalawa. At mismo sa isang press conference organized by NTF-ELCAC, sinabi po ng dalawa na sila ay inabduct. Walang iba kundi ng militar. Would the AFP admit to abducting the two young women, Mr. Speaker?
No, Mr. Speaker, and the AFP plans to file perjury cases or charges against the two, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we are so shocked with that kind of response from the AFP. Ano po ang batayan na sampahan ng kaso ang dalawang matapang na kababaihan na inabduct na nga nila at illegal na dinetain sa military camp? Hindi natin alam kung anong tipo ng panlilinlang yung ginawa sa kanila or coercion para mapuwersa sila na pumirma sa affidavit. At ngayon, na matapang nilang isiniwalat ang nangyari sa kanila, Mr. Speaker, sila pa ang sasampahan ng perjury. Ano po ang komento doon ng ating sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, there are witnesses who were there during the signing of said affidavit. Not only of voluntary surrender, as well as the signing of said affidavit. The POW lawyers were there. The stepfather of one of the ladies were there. And they were even asked if they were coerced into signing by her stepfather, and she denied being coerced, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sa aktual na insidente, early September, meron pong mga kababayan natin na nakawitness ng pagdukot. Pagdukot, Mr. Speaker, dahil may naiwang sandals, may naiwang tsinelas, at mismo mga kababayan natin ang nag-post sa social media. At gusto nga nilang ipaalam din sa ibang mga kababayan nila nung panahon na iyon sa Bulacan na may ganong nangyari at ayaw nila na baka may iba ding mabiktima ng pagdukot, kahit sino man yan, Mr. Speaker. And now, how can we expect such an affidavit to really bear weight, lalo na kung nangyari po ang pagpirma sa affidavit sa isang setting kung saan ang mga kababaihan na ito, mga kabataang kababaihan, ay nasa isang sitwasyon na vulnerable po sila nasa lugar sila ng kung sino man yung nag-abduct mismo sa kanila, Mr. Speaker. Ano po ang komento doon ng sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, again, there were witnesses during the signing of said affidavit. The stepfather was there, the POW lawyers were there, and I don't think there were they were in any environment that they were vulnerable, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, hindi ba yun isang unfair na situation? Dahil nga, kinuli sila, tapos ang una pa pong kwento na gustong palabasin ng NTF-ELCAC at ng militar ay mga rebel surrendery di umano yung dalawa. Tapos, Mr. Speaker, all this time na hinahanap natin yung dalawang kabataang kababaihan, nandun pala sila sa kamay ng militar. Tapos, ang gustong palitawin ngayon ay all this time, voluntary po at walang nangyaring undue na impluensya doon sa dalawa. And right now, na alam na po ng sambayan ng Pilipino na inabduct pala talaga sila, tingin po natin, Mr. Speaker, sobra-sobra na. Yung pinagdaanan ng dalawa na isolated po sila, hindi nila kasama ang kanilang mga mahal sa buhay, tapos later on na lang, also in unfair circumstances, ay ganito na ang kinalabasan, Mr. Speaker, na sila pa yung hahabulin. Actually, Mr. Speaker, yung pagsiwalat nila nung pinagdaanan nila, kahit na kasama nila yung militar sa press conference kahapon, Mr. Speaker, yan na nga po ay malaking risk na tinake nila para lamang na malaman ng sambayan ng Pilipino na ang AFP ay nandudukot ng mga kabataang merong advokasya, Mr. Speaker. Ang dalawang kabataang kababaihan na ito, ang nais lamang nila ay maprotektahan ang mga komunidad na maaapektuhan ng mga reclamation activities sa Manila Bay. At Mr. Speaker, ngayon, na sila walang kalaban-laban, walang mga armas. Ang tanging armas nila, Mr. Speaker, ang kanilang prinsipyo, ang kanilang dignidad, ang pagmamahal nila sa kapwa-tao. Tapos ngayon, pinaratangan sila, gustong palabasin ng mga rebel surrenderies. And right now, that they spoke the truth, they were brave enough to do that. At actually nga, kahit nawala na po sila sa kamay ng militar, di natin alam kung ano din yung threat sa kanila. Dahil po sa dinami-dami ng mga pinalabas na mga rebel surrenderies, ngayon po, meron ng matapang na nagsalita. Mr. Speaker, ano po ang komento ng sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, they were labeled as voluntary surrenderies because they said they voluntarily surrendered. Again, there were witnesses, Mr. Speaker. They made a sworn statement, which of course, if you made a sworn statement and you recanted, Mr. Speaker, you will be subjected to perjury charges if needed. You know, Mr. Speaker, the DND, the AFP, has always believed that honesty is the currency of leadership, Mr. Speaker. It is most critical today that the truth prevails because mistrust seems to have been the default mode or reaction, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, we stand with our Philippine Army, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, grabe naman po ang militar sa mga biktima. Mr. Speaker, mga biktima na po ito. Tapos, sila pa ngayon ang papalabasin natin na masama. Mr. Speaker, hindi ba kapag ang mga biktima sa situation na sila ay nasa risk at mayroon po silang sinabi, kahit nga po halimbawa ang mga taong malapit ng mamatay, di ba? Hindi ba kinukuha as valid na testimony yung kanilang sinasabi? Mr. Speaker, taking that as an analogy, ganun po ang nangyari kahapon sa press conference. Kung wala pong mali, Mr. Speaker, bakit tinake down ng NTF-ELCAC ang video ng press conference right after na nag-admit ang dalawang kababaihan na inabduct sila ng militar? Ano po ang paliwanag? Bakit tinake down ang video ng press conference na live na nangyayari?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the NTF-ELCAC is not within this department, Mr. Speaker. But if you are talking about taking down of videos, I believe it is all over social media. So there is no taking down of any videos.
Mr. Speaker, that is a lie. Mr. Speaker, marami pong nag-abang sa press conference dahil nga gusto nilang malaman mula mismo sa bibig ng dalawa kung ano ang kanilang sasabihin. Kung sila ay bibigay doon sa label sa kanila ng NTF-ELCAC na sila ay mga rebel surrenderies o sasabihin nila ang katotohanan. And they chose the second, Mr. Speaker. At marami pong nakakita na nasa social media ang press conference at kailangan din po itong masagot ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kasi katabi po, literally, katabi ng dalawa ay isang military personnel na nung nagsasalita na po ang ating mga kapwa-kabataan na sila ay inabduct. Sinubukan pa po ng militar na gumawa pa ng panibagong kwento na okay, kung inabduct kayo, baka ibang tao yung nag-abduct. Pero Mr. Speaker, galing mismo sa dalawang kababaihan, wala pong iba kundi militar yung nag-abduct sa kanila. At matapos po nilang sabihin yon, tinake down ang live stream ng press conference. Kaya Mr. Speaker, malinaw na merong tinatago dito ang militar natin. Kasapakat ang NTF-ELCAC.
Mr. Speaker, the DND or the AFP was not the one who made the press conference. So it is a lie.
Pero sila po ang
It is not
nag-abduct,
correct to
Mr.
say that
Speaker.
we are lying, that we did not take down the video because we have not taken down any video, Mr. Speaker. The AFP, the DND was not the one who organized said press conference, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, hindi po sila ang nag-organize ng press conference, Mr. Speaker, dahil ang kanilang pinagkakaabalahan na po ay paano nila pagtatakpan ang ginawa nilang abduction doon sa dalawang kabataang kababaihan na ang meron lamang sila ay ang advokasya nila na ipagtanggol ang mga fisherfolk communities, ang mga may hirap na mga komunidad na apektado ng reclamation sa Manila Bay.
Mr.
Kaya,
Speaker, the department continues to deny any alleged abduction or harassment, Mr. Speaker, because of the presence of several witnesses, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, again, unfair po ang sitwasyon kung saan napuwersa na pumirma doon sa affidavit ang dalawa. At galing na rin po mismo sa bunganga ng ating mga biktima, Mr. Speaker, ang naging sitwasyon noong sila ay pinapirma ng affidavit.
And Mr. Speaker, galing din po sa bunganga ng tatay ng isa po ng mga babae na yon na voluntarily nag-surrender po sila.
Mr. Speaker, ang mga kabataan na ito, hindi na po sila mga bata. Mr. Speaker, they are above 18, 20 plus na po sila, kaya po nilang mag-isip on their own. Sana po hindi maliitin ng AFP ang kapasidad ng ating mga kabataan na magsalita on their own. Mr. Speaker, nakakapagod na all this time ang tingin nila sa mga kabataan na meron lamang mga gustong gawin, sumasali sa organizations, walang sariling isip. At ngayon, Mr. Speaker, na meron ng nagde-debunk ng narrative ng AFP sa dinami-dami ng mga rebel surrenderies, ngayon meron ng tumindig. Ganito na ang kanilang gustong palitawin, Mr. Speaker. Kaya kung paninindigan ng AFP ang kanilang gawa-gawang kwento, at ngayon sasabihin po nila sa publiko, nakikita po ng ating mga viewers, kita po ng mamamayang Pilipino na yun pa yung balak nila, Mr. Speaker, sampahan ng perjury, yung dalawa. Let's see, Mr. Speaker, saan papanig ang opinyon ng publiko bago pa maghabi na naman ng dagdag na mga kwento ang ating AFP. Mr. Speaker, I'll proceed to another topic which is actually related. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to confirm, meron po bang Command and General Staff College sa ilalim ng AFP?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sa ilalim ng Command and General Staff College, meron po bang Center for Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, tama po ba na bahagi nito si Sherhana Paiso?
A minute suspension, Mr. Speaker, so that I don't eat up Kong Manuel's time.
Session is suspended.
Aison? Yeah.
Session is resumed. The lady may now, the sponsoring committee may now proceed.
Mr. Speaker, said Sherhana Paiso is now with the Strategic Management Office, Mr. Speaker.
So still, Mr. Speaker, Sharhana Paiso is with AFP.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in a document drafted by Sharhana Paiso, bahagi po ng tactics ng Center for Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism ay ang tinatawag nilang soft approach over hard approach. They have the desire to offer the possibility of responding to violent radicalization in ways other than the criminal justice system. Dahil sa dami po ng mga kinakaso nila sa mga alleged recruiter di umano, lahat naman po nadidismiss. Mr. Speaker, part din ng kanilang gustong gawin ay, I quote, psychosocial counseling. Mr. Speaker, ang outputs ng research ng center as drafted by Sharhana Paiso ay magiging bahagi ng contribution ng AFP sa whole-of-nation approach to end the local communist armed conflict. Bahagi nun, Mr. Speaker, ay ang pag-produce or research ng concepts and proposals that would serve as valuable inputs of AFP to the overall strategic direction based heavily on scientific, academic theories and discourse. Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming moments, papakita po natin na walang kahit anong scientific sa mga gagawin ng AFP to prevent the violent extremism as they claim. Ito, Mr. Speaker, bahagi ng kanilang gagawin to prevent violent extremism among the youth is to produce a syllabus for CHED and DepEd to counter what they call NPA subjects. NPA subjects, based on their document, include Philippine history, national situation, world situation. Mr. Speaker, would our sponsor agree that Philippine history, national situation, and world situation are NPA subjects?
Mr. Speaker, these are being used by the NPA, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ibig sabihin ba ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayan, ng kalagayan ng bansa at ng mundo ay para mag-recruit ng mga rebelde? Paano ang mga kabataan na gusto nating turuan ng kasaysayan? Paano yung mga kabataang gusto lamang malaman ano ang nangyayari sa bayan natin? to address corruption, to address inflation, to address poverty. Para po ba yan sa recruitment ng mga rebelde?
Mr. Speaker, the youth of today are very vulnerable. Misinformation is one of the threats to our society. The goal of misinformation, Mr. Speaker, is not simply to misinform, but sometimes it is to manipulate our thinking, the actions, to serve somebody else's agenda. If these youths are vulnerable, I believe they will be vulnerable to misinformation, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, modesty aside, summa cum laude po ako, hindi ako bobo. Mr. Speaker, insulto sa kabataan na ang turing ng AFP sa ganitong mga topics ay para sa recruitment papunta sa mga rebelde, Mr. Speaker. Pag ganun, Mr. Speaker, anong aasahan natin sa mga kabataan na hindi alam ano ang nangyayari sa bansa, ano ang nangyayari sa mundo, at ano ang ating kasaysayan? Mr. Speaker, to add, bahagi ng syllabus na gustong gawin ng center na ito at ibibigay sa CHED at DepEd ay benefits of martial law to the economy. Mr. Speaker, ano ang pagtingin doon ng ating sponsor? Ano ang naging benefits ng martial law ng diktador na si Marcos Sr. sa ekonomiya ng ating bansa?
Mr. Speaker, the hope of the department is to present a balanced view. It is also imperative, Mr. Speaker, that the youth of today will be informed of what happened in the past and the learnings of the past, Mr. Speaker. If this is about ROTC, Mr. Speaker, again, we have answered this during the budget briefing, that the curriculum or the instruction of the ROTC program is not under the DND, it is still under the lead agency, which is the Commission on Higher Education. The AFP or the DND will only join the ROTC program depending on the bill that will be passed by Congress, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, bahagi ba ng balance na pag-aaral ng martial law ng diktador na si Marcos Sr. na gugunitain natin bukas ay ang pagbagsak ng ekonomiya dahil sa paglobo ng utang na ating bansa, dahil sa cut sa social services nung panahon ng diktadura? Bahagi po ba nun ang gutom na dinanas ng mga taga-Negros dahil sa famine? Bahagi po ba ng balance na pagtuturo ng martial law ay ang mahabang pila ng mga kababayan natin na hindi makabili ng bigas dahil sa palpak na tugon ng Marcos Sr. Administration, na parang nangyayari ngayon, sa krisis sa supply ng bigas? Mr. Speaker, actually, hindi ko na nga po sana gagawing topic yung ROTC, pero nabanggit po ng ating sponsor.
But Mr.
Kung
Speaker, I'd
ganito,
like to mention
Mr. Speaker, I
that
am
the
still
study that he
speaking,
mentioned
I still have
earlier
the
is
floor.
not even a
Mr.
stand
Speaker, I would
of
like
the
to
DND,
speak.
Mr.
Hindi
Speaker.
pa po ako tapos sa pagsagot.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order of the majority leader?
Mr. Speaker, while we respect the sponsor as well as the interpellator in the ideas that they share, let's stick to the budget of the Armed Forces as well as the Department of National Defense for the 2024 fiscal year. May I request that we practice decorum in the deliberation of the budget. The Honorable Manuel has 11 minutes, and I hope that he will use it, and the sponsor will answer all his pertinent questions accordingly. The interpellator has the floor after he finishes his proposed question on ROTC. The sponsor may answer.
There is a point of order. The presiding officer will request the Honorable Manuel to please stick to the budget.
Mr. Speaker, I challenge the point of order. Mr. Speaker, ang pinag-uusapan po natin ay budget
You
para
cannot
sa
challenge
PNP at sa
the
AFP. Mr.
decision of
Speaker,
the chair.
pupuntahan ba natin ang ganitong pagtuturo?
Session is suspended.
Okay, okay.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point of order stays, and we have an understanding between the interpellator and the sponsor. I hope that the Honorable Manuel will continue with his interpellation.
The gentleman may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are raising this topic, Mr. Speaker, dahil nga kung matuloy ang mandatory ROTC at ganito ang framework ng EFP na hindi pa established, na bahagi sila ng pagtuturo sa ating mga estudyante, paano na po kapag bahagi na sila ng curriculum and instruction kapag nangyari na ang mandatory ROTC? And we really can't accept na state-sponsored ang disinformation dahil mismo ating state institutions ang may ganong pagtingin sa martial law ng diktador na si Marcos Sr. Mr. Speaker, to proceed to another topic, but still related to how the AFP treats our young people. Mr. Speaker, based on the same document that outlines the plans of the Center for Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism, tingin po nila, Mr. Speaker, ay meron lamang Stockholm Syndrome. Ito po, nasa document po natin, Mr. Speaker. Meron lang daw Stockholm Syndrome ang mga kabataang merong advokasya. Sila lang daw po ay nalilinlang. They have conditioned or altered thinking. Sila po ay nabiktima ng classical conditioning. Mr. Speaker, dahil daw sa hindi pa develop ang kanilang critical thinking skills. And Mr. Speaker, the same set of documents tell that Sharhana Paiso is actually engaged in what we call neuro-linguistic programming. Mr. Speaker, nabanggit po sa same document that neuro-linguistic programming wants to encourage people to change a person's state of mind through words and questions. Neuro-linguistic programming is a mind technology that uses understanding from practices like psychology and hypnosis. Mr. Speaker, ito po ba ang ginagawa ng AFP sa mga inabduct at linggo-linggo na nakadetain sa kanila bago nila ilabas as rebel surrenderies ang mga kabataan? Since neuro-linguistic programming includes mind reading, having a formula for hypnosis, hypnotic revivification, fast phobia cure. At ang nagtuturo po nito ngayon sa Pilipinas ay ang first and biggest community of NLP practitioners and hypnotists in the Philippines. Ano po ang komento ng sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, said study is merely a study, Mr. Speaker. It is not the policy of the department nor the policy of the armed forces of the Philippines.
Mr. Speaker, based sa background ni Sharhana Paiso, ang kanya pong tinapos ay degrees na related sa psychology. Mr. Speaker, BA Social Science, major in Social Anthropology, minor in Psychology. Ang master's po niya, MS Psychology, major in Clinical Psychology. Mr. Speaker, dito po ba ina-apply ni Sharhana Paiso at ng AFP ang paggamit ng psychology pagdating sa approach nila sa mga rebel surrenderies? Yung i-abduct po sila, tapos itatago ng matagal, papapirmahin ng mga affidavit na gawa-gawa, tapos isasubject sa kung ano-anong psychological tactics, i-hypnotize bago ilabas as rebel surrenderies.
As stated earlier, Mr. Speaker, it is merely a study. It is not the policy of the department nor the AFP, and there is no abduction, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the AFP in its psychological war tactics, it applies the lens of psychology sa paano daw nila i-handle ang mga ina-abduct nila o hawak nila ng mga kabataan, pati na rin dun sa mga tingin nila ay vulnerable. Kasi nga, tingin naman nila ang kabataan walang kakaya mag-isip, tingin nila vulnerable ang kabataan, ginagamitan po ng psychology. Mr. Speaker, tingin natin, contrary sa claim ng Center for Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism na scientific po and academic ang kanilang approach, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing scientific about this. Mr. Speaker, ito po ay pag-bastardize ng social sciences. Mr. Speaker, ito ay in effect, pagwawaldas sa pera na nilalaan sa ating mga institusyon na instead na protektahan po, batay sa kanilang mandato, protektahan ang mamamayan at kasama doon protektahan ang mga kabataan, galangin ang karapatan ng lahat. Pero ang nangyayari po kung sino yung mga gusto lamang na igiit ang kanilang karapatan, sa sahod man yan, sa mas maayos na pamumuhay, sila po ay tinuturing ng mga rebelde at sila po ay isa-subject sa ganitong mga tipo ng taktika, which includes abducting them, subjecting them to psychological torture, hypnotizing them before presenting them in such kind of situations kagaya ng press conference na nangyari kahapon. Mr. Speaker, on another topic, on the West Philippine Sea. Mr. Speaker, recently ay merong US Maritime Surveillance Aircraft, bahagi po ito ng US Navy, na nasa West Philippine Sea. Mr. Speaker, bahagi po ba ito ng independent foreign policy? Ano po ang ginagawa ng Estados Unidos sa West Philippine Sea? Given that it shouldn't even be a party to what's happening sa iba't ibang mga territorial claims sa West Philippine Sea. What is the comment of the sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
As part of international law, Mr. Speaker, there's freedom over flight on those seas, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, hindi ba ang ginagawa ng United States ay pag-assert lang ng kanyang hegemony? Mr. Speaker, for the longest time, it has been the United States na ang pagtingin sa sarili ay para siyang global police. It has military bases in various parts of the globe, many compared dun sa military bases ng ibang mga bansa. And Mr. Speaker, while we want to defend the West Philippine Sea against China, bakit po ginagamit itong issue na ito ng United States to fortify its stronghold on the Philippines? What is the comment of the sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, there is freedom of navigation and freedom of overflight based on international law, Mr. Speaker. And if we are talking about the EDCA sites, Mr. Speaker, the Philippines retains sovereignty and control over these locations, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, taon-taon tumataas ang AFP modernization budget. Ano pong bahagi ng budget para sa 2024 ay gagamitin para i-secure at i-monitor ang West Philippine Sea?
A few minutes suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, in answer to the question, Mr. Speaker, there is no separate budget for that. It is integrated in the MOOE and the capital outlay of the department, Mr. Speaker, and as well as in the PS, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, edi tingnan na lang po natin ang breakdown ng paggamit ng confidential and intelligence funds ng DND family. Can the sponsor give us the best estimate sa kabuang confidential and intelligence funds, ano po ang breakdown ng paggamit nun? Gaano kalaki yung ginagamit sa insurgency? Gaano karaming ginagamit sa territorial defense for the West Philippine Sea and other purposes?
Mr. Speaker, that
The
is
Chair would
last...
like to remind the gentleman from Kabataan that you have less than 2 minutes left to start winding up. Sponsoring Vice Chair, may now proceed.
Mr. Speaker, those are classified information, Mr. Speaker.
So Mr. Speaker, hindi natin din masasabi, halimbawa, half sa insurgency, half sa West Philippine Sea, or kalakhan sa West Philippine Sea. Can't we get even such a general comment from our sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, those are classified information because if we state it here, Mr. Speaker, the enemies of the state will know.
Mr. Speaker, actually, ang question ko po would give the defense sector a chance to really show kung ano ang priorities. Kasi Mr. Speaker, if kalakhan nun ay ginagamit para sa territorial defense against those who encroach on our territory sa West Philippine Sea, then actually, hindi ito magiging debatable na topic. Pero if hindi pala din tayo makukumbinsi na ang prioritization ng paggamit ng confidential and intelligence funds ay para dun sa territorial defense, then questions will linger. And nandyan ang posibilidad na kahit sinasabing patapos na ang armed conflict sa ating bansa, still malaki ang gagastusin natin sa 2024 national budget para sa counterinsurgency. Mr. Speaker, may ilan na lang din tayo mga data requests na hiningi sa Department of National Defense pero hindi pa nila na ipapasa sa ating opisina as of the moment. Magkano po ang ginastos at balak gastusin para sa mga bomba, para sa drones? Kaya Mr. Speaker, at the right time, I might ask that the deliberations on the budget of the DND be deferred. No? And to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, my respect for my colleague maintains even after our heated discussion, but I still have a lot to ask and to raise
That is
to
the-
our security sector, which recently has been proven to be abductors of young people. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker, I
Speaker.
commit to bring the information to the gentleman as long as those information are not classified as confidential, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of the Gabriela Party List.
The lady from Gabriela Party List, the Representative Arlene Brosas, is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the sponsor yield to some questions, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, hinggil po ito sa paglobo ng budget ng DND. Mr. Speaker, sa mga national government agencies, ang Department of National Defense ang isa sa may signifikanteng paglaki ng pondo para sa susunod na taon. Halos 30 billion ang madadagdag sa DND budget para sa 2024. Kaya magiging, Mr. Speaker, will the sponsor confirm kung ito yung tamang datos, 233.72 billion sa susunod na taon. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, for the record, nakabukod pa dito o on top sa susunod na taon ang 50 billion for revised AFP modernization program. Tama po ba? Bukod
Yes,
sa
Mr.
233.72 billion, Mr. Speaker, iba pa yung 50 billion for revised AFP modernization program.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, separate din ang pondo para sa 3.8 billion sa ilalim ng TICAS o yung tatag ng infrastruktura para sa kapayapaan at seguridad na napag-alaman natin ginagastos para sa EDCA sites. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker? Tinanong po kasi natin to last time sa DPWH. So, Mr. Speaker, maaari nyo pa bang i-confirm itong 3.8 billion under TICAS
Mr. Speaker, the TICAS program or the budget for the TICAS program is not lodged with the DND. It is with the DPWH.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, pero ang EDCA sites, di ba Mr. Speaker, ay kasama din ang DND dito? Kung pag-uusapan natin ang EDCA sites, it is under the supervision of the AFP, DND.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, kaya Mr. Speaker, hindi siya totally separate. Sila ang gagamit, Mr. Speaker.
The DND, the AFP will be the one using the EDCA sites jointly with other agencies, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, magkano naman yung appropriations para sa military pension para sa susunod na taon, Mr. Speaker?
$58 billion, Mr. Speaker. The current, Mr. Speaker.
58 billion. Yung kabuuan ng MUP pension for 2024 ay magkano, Mr. Speaker?
67.7 billion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, so kapag tinotal natin yung 58, ilan to? 58, 67. Aabot ng... Anyway, Mr. Speaker, magkano sa halagang ito ang para sa pensyon ng mga retiradong sundalo?
For the retired pensioners, Mr. Speaker, it is 58 billion.
58 billion. Magkano naman po yung cash balance ng DND at attached agencies as of December 31, 2022?
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. Speaker?
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. The sponsoring committee, Vice Chairperson, may now proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the unobligated allotment is 3.6 million, while 3.6 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker. And of course, as we all know that because of the NCA, it has lapsed by the end of the year, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, may record po kayo niyan, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
May we have a copy, Mr. Speaker?
I will furnish your office with a copy, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tinanong natin, Mr. Speaker, noong budget briefing kay Secretary Chodoro kung nagbibigay ng counterpart ang Estados Unidos para sa EDCA military bases, if you remember. Sabi sa atin, sa executive meeting na lang, pero hanggang ngayon, Mr. Speaker, sabi naman nila magbibigay sila ng ballpark figure kung magkano. Magkano ba talaga, Mr. Speaker, no? Yung tinatanggap ng bansa na counterpart o bayad mula sa Estados Unidos?
For next year, Mr. Speaker, it is $110 million.
So, Mr. Speaker, 110 million, Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
uh,
For next year.
for next year. So, Mr. Speaker, may breakdown ba nito, Mr. Speaker, ng pinagkakagastosan na ito? At kung saan-saan pasilidad?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is a breakdown, but it is confidential, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, 110 million, pero confidential, hindi natin makikita yung counterpart utilities sa EDCA sites, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, tayo ay gumagastos ng bahagi natin. Halimbawa na po yung TICAS, dahil yung Balabak, I believe, ay bahagi nito. Yung runway, Mr. Speaker, sa Palawan. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So we are shelling out money, hard-earned taxes of the people, para din dito sa mga proyekto ng EDCA sites. And I believe tayo din ang gumagastos sa tubig, kuryente, Mr. Speaker, ng mga EDCA sites na ito.
Mr. Speaker, they pay their own, Mr. Speaker, for their own utilities.
They, ano, Mr. Speaker?
The U.S., Mr. Speaker, pays for their own utilities.
For their own utilities. Wala po tayo. Mr. Speaker, can you answer me point blank? May ginagastos ba ang Pilipinas dito sa mga utilities like kuryente, tubig, etc., no, para sa mga EDCA sites, Mr. Speaker? At magkano ang ginagastos natin dito?
On the Philippine portion, Mr. Speaker, yes, may ginagastos po yung Philippines.
Magkano, Mr. Speaker, ang counterpart ng Philippines?
We do not have the itemized numbers at the moment, Mr. Speaker, but we will gladly provide the lady.
Like, Mr. Speaker, the breakdown, if you can tell me na 110 million kanina yung para sa mula sa US, you can tell me kung magkano ang ginagastos ng Pilipinas dito sa mga pagbabayad halimbawa ng utility, kuryente, tubig at kung ano-ano pa. And it's not confidential, Mr. Speaker. I don't think it's confidential, Mr. Speaker.
We will provide as soon as we have the information, Mr. Speaker.
How soon, Mr. Speaker?
Next week, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if
We have to break it down, Mr. Speaker. That's why we need time, Mr. Speaker.
For how many EDCA sites po yan? All of the EDCA sites po ba ay meron tayong binabayaran or counterpart ng kuryente, tubig at facilities na meron ang EDCA sites?
For the 5 sites, Mr. Speaker.
What about the added EDCA sites? 4 more po ba yun, Mr. Speaker?
4,
more?
Mr. Speaker.
The 5 EDCA sites meron. How about the 4?
Not
Yung
yet.
added?
Not yet, Mr. Speaker.
Wala pa, Mr. Speaker. Wala pa tayong ginagastos kahit kuryente, tubig. I will understand yung facilities kasi ginagawa pa lang, pero yung mga tubig, yung kuryente, etc., at kung ano-ano pa, Mr.
For the 4 new sites, Mr. Speaker, we still do not have other expenses for that, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, may I have the commitment na yung 5 EDCA sites na sinasabi ninyo for next week ay maibibigay ninyo yung breakdown nito?
The breakdown of the expenses on utilities, Mr. Speaker. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, batay sa BESF ng NEP 2024, nasa 4.1 billion ang cash balance ng DND mula sa iba't ibang off-budget accounts. 4.1 billion. At sources of income, kabilang ang kita sa golf course at iba pang koleksyon. Tama po ba? NEP 2024, 4.1 billion. Cash balance ng DND.
Of 2024, Mr. Speaker? Just a clarification.
2024, Mr. Speaker.
There is still no cash balance for 2024, Mr. Speaker.
Again, Mr. Speaker.
For 2024, Mr. Speaker, there is still no cash balance.
No cash balance.
2024.
So where
None.
did this come from? As of December 2022. Do you have a cash balance as of December 2022 na 4.1 billion?
Mr. Speaker, maybe what the lady is saying is for the BCDA automatic appropriation and the RLIP or the insurance premium, which totals to 4 billion pesos.
So automatic appropriations, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
yun
Mr.
yung,
Speaker.
May I get, Mr. Speaker, yung ano na yan? Detail na yan, Mr. Speaker. This is from the off-budget accounts, na sources of income. Yung BCDA, 4
Yes, Mr.
billion ang
Speaker.
nakalagay, Mr. Speaker.
3.5 billion cash balance as of December 2022, as of December 31, 2022.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Balikan ko lang, Mr. Speaker, yung sa EDCA sites, ano. Kasi ang sinabi sa atin, walang US troops dito. Tama, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, walang US troops sa EDCA sites now. Now, meron bang private defense contractors inside the EDCA sites?
There are some, Mr. Speaker, especially those who are making or constructing the facilities.
Mr. Speaker, there are some.
But these are Filipino private contractors, Mr. Speaker.
So can you name the private defense Filipino private defense contractors that are in the EDCA sites?
We can provide the names, Mr. Speaker. We will give it to your office, Mr. Speaker. Subject to security vetting, Mr. Speaker.
Subject to security. Confidential again, Mr. Speaker. Lahat na lang confidential, Mr. Speaker. Hindi na lang budget ngayon confidential, Mr. Speaker, pati ito. Pati detalye, Mr. Speaker.
It's a matter of security, Mr. Speaker. It is because these are base development projects, so it is a matter of security, Mr. Speaker.
So, but Mr. Speaker, can you submit na lang? Okay na yon, Mr. Speaker.
It is still subject to vetting, Mr. Speaker, or what is allowed by law, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Private contractors, ayaw natin i-name. Okay, Mr. Speaker, kung pagsamasamahin yung mga pondo, no, na idalam natin kanina, idagdag natin yung, idadagdag sa DND proposed budget na 233.72 billion, kasi yun naman yung na-identify natin kanina na DND budget, lumalabas halos 500 billion ang suma total. Wala pa dito, Mr. Speaker, yung 10 billion ng NTF-LCAC sa BDP, Barangay Development Program, na pwede rin po ba itong pumasok, ano? Kasi may AFP Engineering Brigade, right, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So po pwedeng magamit din talaga ng AFP itong Barangay Development Program. Ganito po, no, kalaki yung
Mr.
pondo.
Speaker, I'm sorry, but the engineering brigades cannot be used for the barangay development programs.
Walang AFP Engineering Brigade, Mr. Speaker?
The funds of the BDP cannot be used by the engineering brigades, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, hindi ito maa-access ng AFP Engineering Brigade.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Ah,
Because it is the LGU which contracts, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yung DBM circular kasi on BDP allows AFP Engineering Brigade. Kapag hindi nagawa ng LGU na ma-implement yung project, right? Pero ibig sabihin nito, you are not using this. O walang AFP Engineering Brigade na ngayon na nagpapatupad nitong BDP, Mr. Speaker. Pa-clarify lang, Mr. Speaker.
The LGU, Mr. Speaker, is the one who is being downloaded by the barangay development program funds.
So,
So
yes.
it is within the purview of the LGU, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, walang may project ngayon na AFP Engineering Brigade. Is there?
Under BDP? In exceptional cases, Mr. Speaker, there are.
Ano-ano itong exceptional cases na to, Mr.
Such
Speaker?
such as far-flung areas, Mr. Speaker, hard-to-reach areas.
Mr. Speaker, do you have a list of that, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We can
Mr. Speaker, may we have a copy of that, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will submit a copy of the list by next week, if the lady allows it, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Ganun ba karami kaya next week? Marami masyado, Mr. Speaker?
We have to make sure that the records are correct to be submitted, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, since nandun tayo sa usapin ng ano, I'll just go back dun sa contractors, ano? Hindi kasi ako matunawan dun eh. If you can't name names, give me at least, no? At least yung nag-go through ba sa regular bidding process or kung paano pinipili yung mga contractors na sinabi ninyo na for private defense.
Mr. Speaker, these contractors are being contracted by the U.S. government, Mr. Speaker.
Do they go, my question is, do they go through the same process of bidding?
Mr. Speaker, we wouldn't know because it is not within the purview of the department, Mr. Speaker.
So hindi natin alam kung regular bidding ito na ginagawa?
We do not know, Mr. Speaker, because it is a process or a procedure by the U.S. government.
So US government ang siyang nagtatakda. They have their rules. They have their own rules kung paano yon. So dun lang, kung i-consider ka nila, then yon. Ganon, Mr. Speaker? Sa kanilang process yon ng bidding. Yun
Yes.
lang naman yung tanong ko, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It is their process.
So process ng US. but Filipino contractors, or some Filipino contractors, or percentage of Filipino contractors? Can you tell me, Mr. Speaker?
As far as we know, Mr. Speaker, these are Filipino contractors.
Ah, that's weird, Mr. Speaker. The DND doesn't know the process of selection ng private contractors when it is our country, no, na nakasalalay. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, again, I am reiterating, malaki ang kinokontrol, no, na budget ng military. Tapos, mayroon tayong mga issues kaugnay ng China. Harap-harapan tayong sinasalisihan. Nasasagawa nila yung coral harvesting sa Rozul Reef sa West Philippine Sea. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker? Ano nang nagawa ng AFP dito, ng DND dito, Mr. Speaker? Tapos sinasabi natin na kulang pa ang budget para sa regular na patrol sa West Philippine Sea. Tama ba yan, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, it is correct. Nakulang po yung budget talaga, Mr. Speaker.
Pero Mr. Speaker, we are talking of almost 500 billion. Kung isusuma total natin, yung budget ng AFP ngayon, Mr. Speaker, bakit magkukulang ang Rozol Reef sa West Philippine Sea para sa pagbabantay? Nasaan ang kalakhan ng budget ng DND, Mr. Speaker? Ginoong sponsor. Miss Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, the budget for the West Philippine Sea operations is only taken out of the capital outlay of the DND's budget. The convergence efforts with other countries are with their budgets, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, kung ganun lang ang budget, tapos nagkakaroon tayo ng problema, no, nade-destroy nga ang corals natin nang hindi natin nalalaman, hindi tayo makapagpanagot, Mr. Speaker. Hindi ba dapat ito ay dapat lamang, no, pagtuunan din ng pansin ng Department of National Defense instead of having operations, actions on aerial bombings, pagkakaroon ng mga, kasi ang sinasabi sa tabing ng counterinsurgency, minsan naman mga ordinaryong mamamayan yung nagiging biktima nito. Imbis na doon na lang sa mga, magkano ang isang bomba na ginagamit para sa mga communities at kung saan-saan pa. Kesa doon, baka kailangan nating pagtuunan ng pansin yung ating mga islands, para tulungan natin sila. Hingi ng tulong yung mga, well, basically PCG at saka yung na kailangan nila ng tulong sa West Philippine Sea. Pero asan ang priority natin pagdating doon sa pagpopondo?
Mr. Speaker, national security covers both internal and external threats, Mr. Speaker. That is precisely the point why we are asking for more budget for modernization programs, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you have been asking for such a long time ng palaging dagdag sa modernization program. But as of now, narinig naman natin yung mga Horizon 1, Horizon 2, Horizon 3. Hanggang ngayon naman, nasa Horizon 2, nandun pa rin tayo, hindi pa rin tayo makaalpas doon. Pero hingi tayo ng budget, kaugnay doon, Mr. Speaker. Kaya, parang may misprioritization na nangyayari dito, Mr. Speaker.
There is no misprioritization, Mr. Speaker. There is a lack of budget, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, 500 billion, that is how much of our 5.7 trillion na budget. Malaki po yun, Mr. Speaker. No? So kung saan napupunta yung budget, Mr. Speaker, yun yung tanong natin. Nagka-counter pa nga tayo, sabi nyo nga kanina, nagpa-fund pa tayo para sa EDCA sites. Ganyan. Baka naman meron tayong mga kailangang ayusin, Mr. Speaker, dito sa ating pondo. Mr. Speaker, yun lang, Mr. Speaker, napakalaki ng pondo pag tiningnan mo ng isang buo. Now, There is no excuse para hindi natin maprotektahan yung ating mga islands. Na hindi sila masakop ng China. Mr. Speaker, on to my next question, Mr. Speaker. Ito naman po ay tungkol sa, again, ito po ay mga human rights violations ng AFP, Mr. Speaker. Kung, Mr. Speaker, malinaw po nung nakaraan, kahapon lang, kasama po ako doon, no, na pumunta sa Bulacan para i-rescue ang dalawang aktivista na nagsabi, no, sa NTF-ELCAC mismo na presscon na sila ay dinukot. I was actually here, napanood ko lang nung nakita ko na sinasabi nila na dinukot sila, na hindi totoong rebel returnee sila. Nakakagulat yun. Pumunta ako dire-diretso doon. Kasi hindi ko alam kung anong gagawin sa kanila after ng presscon na yon. Kung anong maaaring gawin sa kanila after ng presscon na yon, Mr. Speaker. Nakita ko po doon malinaw na sangkot ang 70th Infantry Battalion ng Philippine Army. In fact, nandun pa nga ang isang representative ng NTF-ELCAC. Lahat po ito, no, pagdukot, pangharas, illegal na detention kina Jonila at Jed. No? Sa chain of command, imposible po na walang basbas ng AFP chief. Nandiyan naman po si General Browner, di ba? Yan. At syempre, of course, alam din dapat ng Pangulo, no? Bilang Commander-in-Chief natin, kung merong mga ganitong nangyayari, na ginagawang pagdukot, illegal na detention sa mga aktivista, Mr. Speaker, hindi ba dapat panagutin ang lahat ng sangkot sa ginawang pagdukot at illegal na detention na ito, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the command will not tolerate any violation of human rights. As servants of the people and protector of the state, the AFP and the DND will insert all legal remedies within their disposal to shed light on those alleged harassments, Mr. Speaker. I believe everyone has the right to file any complaints with the court if he or she feels that his or her rights have been violated. And of course, the department will respect it and will comply fully with any order of the court, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ibig sabihin, nakakaano po ito no? Kasi sa totoo lang, Mr. Speaker, may history naman talaga tayo ng pag-abduct ng mga aktivista, ordinaryong mamamayan, di ba? In fact, ang pinaka-notorious po dyan, kung maaalala ko, si Palparan. Di ba? Hanggang ngayon, nakakulong, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, na nag-abduct ng dalawa din na estudyante ng UP Diliman. You do not tolerate, pero may mga ganong cases. Tapos ngayon, meron ulit ganito, Mr. Speaker. So ano ito?
Mr.
Trending? Ganon lang?
Mr.
Titingnan
Speaker,
natin.
the department stands that there is no abduction that happened with the two ladies yesterday, Mr. Speaker. And with regards to Mr. Palparan, it is precisely the point that our judiciary is working, our judicial system is working because he is now in prison, Mr. Speaker.
Alam mo, Mr. Speaker, hindi po pwedeng maghugas kamay lang yung DND. I'm sorry, pero talagang mali itong ginagawa na ito Mr. Speaker. At pagpababayaan lang natin, sagutin tayo ng ganyan, Mr. Speaker, hindi naman yun hindi yun nakakatulong, Mr. Speaker. Kasi ang AFP chief ay vice chair ng NTF-ELCAC, Mr. Speaker. So may direct hand ang AFP chief dyan, Mr. Speaker. Hindi siya pwedeng maghugas ng kamay, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to remind our interpellator that you only have 2 minutes left. You may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yun lang, Mr. Speaker, no? So ano itong nangyayari na ito? Na meron na namang ganito. And before that, I believe, alam niyo po yun, yung Manalo Brothers, the courageous Manalo Brothers. Kung kaya na-convict si Palparan. Diba, Mr. Speaker, may mga cases po, may mga nag-testify, may mga nangyayari na ganito, and do not gaslight us. Diba? Lalong-lalo na yung mga mamamayan natin, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, the AFP chief is not the vice chair of NTF-ELCAC, Mr. Speaker.
So who is the vice chair? Ano po ang role ng AFP?
The DND and the AFP is one of the components that are part of the NTF-ELCAC, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may part. Tama ba? So hindi pa rin natin pwedeng sabihin na walang part ang DND dito, Mr. Speaker.
There is no abduction, Mr. Speaker. They are part of NTF-ELCAC, but they are not part of the abduction incident, alleged abduction incident, Mr. Speaker. Because
Yun na nga ang
according
mas
to the
mahalagang-
department, there is no abduction. There are witnesses that were there when the two signed their affidavits, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sinabi po nila na under duress sila nung pinirmahan yung mga affidavits na yon, Mr. Speaker. Hindi ba nababahala ang DND dito na merong ganyan? Mr. Speaker, hindi lang sina Jed at Junila ang dinukot. Hindi natin malilimutan ang ginawang pagdukot kina Dayan Gumanaw, Arman Dayoha sa Cebu, na kung hindi lumabas yung video ng kanilang pagdukot, hindi sila papakawalan. Nawawala pa rin ngayon sina Steve Tauli ng Cordillera, IP Rights Advocates, Dexter Capuyan, Bazu de Jesus, napakarami ng kaso ng pandurukot.
May I request the lady from
Yes,
the to
Mr.
please
Mr.
wind
Speaker,
up?
I'm wrapping up. Yes. Pagdurukot sa sangkot ang militar. Mr. Speaker, 78 na ang dinukot at ngayon desaparecido na aktivista at ordinaryong mamamayan sa ilalim ng Marcos Jr. administration, Mr. Speaker. Nariyan din yung pandarahas, pagsasampa ng gawa-gawang kaso ng iba't ibang unit ng AFP laban sa mga aktivista. Kabilang po dito yung 59th Infantry Battalion sa Batangas. Now, I remember, tinanong ko rin yan, Mr. Speaker. Napaka-generic din ng sinagot sa akin, Mr. Speaker. Kasi, nung tinanong ko kung inimbestigahan nga ba, Mr. Speaker, the 59th Infantry Battalion?
Majority Leader?
No, Mr. Speaker, meron pa po akong hanging na tanong lang.
Time's
Mr.
up.
Speaker.
May I request the Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, may I appeal for your consideration to answer the question?
The lady who sponsored the budget will now reply to the questions.
The incident was investigated, Mr. Speaker, and the allegation was unfounded, Mr. Speaker.
I need more.
But we will continue, of course, Mr. Speaker, the investigation, all efforts, so that human rights violations will not happen, Mr. Speaker. And we do not, again, tolerate any violation to human rights.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, kailangan po natin yung commitment ng 59th Infantry Battalion ng Batangas kung saan namimigay tayo ng ayuda sa mga magtutubo. Nagpapatuloy po yung pasismo, represyon, dito, no, Mr. Speaker, hindi po pwedeng walang gagawin ang Kongreso dito, Mr. Speaker. The House of Representatives cannot and must not be complicit in these glaring cases of abduction and blatant human rights violations against Filipinos who are merely advocating for a better life under the Marcos Jr. regime. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, talagang dapat lamang natin i-defer ang budget ng Department of National Defense and all its attached agencies, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, move to suspend for a few.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I call the attention of my good friend, the Honorable Arlene Brosas, if she can take the podium with me. I understand that there is a request for deferment. May I confirm?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the majority floor leader?
Mr. Speaker, we thank the Honorable Arlene Brosas for her interpellation. I move that we recognize the Honorable Stephen James Tan for his interpellation. May I retract my statement, Mr. Speaker? I move that we recognize the Honorable Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano of Party List Abang Lingkod for his interpellation.
The Chairman of Public Accounts, Chairman Paduano, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due to the insistence, request of my former comrade in, alam na yan, ng DND at AFP, that I will not anymore ask questions to the budget of the DND and AFP. And of course, giving due courtesy to my kababayan, Congresswoman Chiding Alvarez, since there is no other members from the minority who wishes to interpolate, I move to terminate that period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of the Department of National Defense. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the Department of National Defense.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The Department of National Defense is now terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the session for a few minutes to allow technical staff and resource persons of the succeeding committees access to the plenary.
Session suspended. Pare, ako lang pala iniantay mo ah. Diba? Sige po. Ha? Kailangan may
Tama, kasi kung okay na, ibig sabihin, may karamdaman.
Can we ask everybody, especially the members, to please settle down so that we can proceed to the next agency? Department of Science and Technology, please prepare. Please settle down. My dear colleagues, sessions resume. Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the proposed budget of the Department of Science and Technology and its task agencies.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is carried. Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials of the Department of Science and Technology and of the Science Technology, yes.
The Department of Science and Technology and Family, you are now welcome in the House of Representatives to deliberate your budget. Floor leader.
Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, motion to suspend.
Session suspended.
Not yet.
Okay. Session resume. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials of the Department of Science and Technology, namely Secretary Renato U. Solidium Jr., Undersecretary Maridon Sahagun, Undersecretary Engineer Satcho Maborang, Undersecretary Leia Buendia, Assistant Secretary Diana Ignacio, Assistant Secretary Napoleon Hawanillo Jr., and Assistant Secretary Rodolfo Calzado.
Thank you, Majority Leader. We will now welcome the DOST family, headed by our Secretary Solidum, and USEC and ASEC. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Peter John D. Calderon, Vice Chair of Committee Appropriations in the 7th District of Cebu, to answer questions on the proposed budget of the DOST and its task agency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Vice Chairperson, the Committee on Appropriations of the 7th District of Cebu, Congressman Peter John D. Calderon. You are now recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation is now ready to answer the questions regarding the budget of the Department of Science and Technology.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Reynolds Michael Tan of the 2nd District of Samar to interpellate the sponsor for the proposed budget of DOST and its attached agencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 2nd District of Samar, Representative Reynolds Michael Tan, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor yield for some question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Multiple studies by credible institutions show that research and development is an important contributor to economic growth. Research and development spending is often cited as having a net positive effect on innovation, productivity, and efficiency. May we know the total amount allocated to programs, projects, and services related to research and development?
Under the proposed budget, Mr. Speaker, the amount that is allocated for research is 9.23 billion pesos.
Mr. Speaker, what percentage of DOST's budget is this amount?
36. Roughly 36%, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for the answer. What are the specific programs, projects, and services that this amount will be used for?
Dito na meron dito. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the research allocation for the Department of Science and Technology will cover food security, health security, water security and environmental protection, energy security, transportation system, human resource development, job creation and entrepreneurship, climate and disaster resilience, and the others, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The programs of the DOST related to the research and development, as well as those devoted to training and developing young scientists and thinkers. Research and development spending is the key to economic driver. And right now, the country's research and development expenditure in terms of percentage of GDP is comparatively low. I pray that we can support these programs by ensuring that funding for such programs is not reduced and whenever possible, even increased. To be more specific, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the budget of the National Research Council of the Philippines, an agency attached to the DOST. The NRCP's Policy Development for Science and Technology Advisory Program will receive 2.5 million, the lowest budget among the DOST programs. It is lower by 83.8. It is 83.8% lower than it is in the 2023 budget. The NRCP's Basic R&D Management Program will also receive a budget cut from 118 million in 2023 to 114.6 million in the year 2024 proposed budget. NRCP has 17 ongoing research and development programs and projects amounting to 68.4 million under the GIA program of DOST. NRCP of the fiscal year 2024. The present budget has a tremendous effect on the policy, research, support, and basic research capacity building that it provides. What is the reason for these budget cuts?
Can you repeat the question, Mr. Speaker?
What is the reason for the budget cuts?
The department proposed 63 million. No, ang total. Oh. For specific for NRCP project, the proposal of the department was 163 million, Mr. Speaker, but what was given under the NEP was only okay. I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker. For NRCP alone, the proposed budget submitted was 372 million, but what was allocated under the National Expenditure Program was only 163 million. So that would be the reason for the decrease. It's what was allocated only by the DBM, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, at this point, I would like to make a brief manifestation. The policy research support that the NRCP has provided Congress and the capacity building it provides the local government units are invaluable in catalyzing our country's innovation and creative ecosystem, which rely heavily on policy and data research. For example, the NRCP provided policy research for the sustainable community-based tourism potential and development of Barangay San Miguel in Echage, Isabela. Number 2, a public policy study to support the transforming the municipality of Ubay in Bohol into a science city and the continuing music industry related research for our cultural heritage and creative economy. Capacity building is sorely needed by our rural communities and our local government units, and it is our duty as policymakers to channel capacity building to our constituents as they receive the tools, knowledge, and framework they need to survive and thrive. The systematic and collaborative research framework provided by NRCP paves the way for last-mile logistics by facilitating baseline data gathering. The research data helps determine the intervention and technology transfers that are necessary by linking the data to sustainable development goal targets. Moreover, the policy research support that NRCP provides helps strengthen our climate action response. Climate change adaptation underscores the importance of data gathering. Anticipatory adaptation or projecting the adverse impact of climate change drivers in a scientific and quantifiable manner way before they happen requires acting on the local evidence base. NRCP's research assistance and capacity building can help our grassroots communities establish the baseline data needed to populate their local database. By understanding our problem and benchmark, we can begin crafting policies and the solution for adaptation because we have the data on which to premise our discussion of loss and damage and requests for technology transfers. Given all this, I wish to manifest my full support for an increase in the budget allocation for NRCP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Mujib Hataman of the Lone District of Basilan to interpolate the sponsor of the proposed budget of DOST. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Mujib, you are recognized.
May the distinguished sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, may I know if what is the proposed budget of DOST submitted to the BCC?
Yes, Ban. Preside lang ako, sorry.
It's, Mr. Speaker, it is 48.5 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker.
And the approved budget is 25 billion something, right?
Yes, almost 26.
Pero sa totoo lang, pinansin ko at pinag-aralan ko yung buong GAB. Isa lang ho ang DOST sa mula 2022 hanggang 2025, pataas ng pataas ang budget. Tama? Diba?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Pangalawa ho, napansin ko rin, may mga region, pababa ng pababa ang kanilang budget. Pwedeng malaman kung ano-ano ang mga region na yon? Kasama ho dyan si Region 9, si Region 2, 3, 10, and 11 ata. Pero ano yung pinakamalaking budget cut sa mga region na nabanggit? Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension. Tumatakbo oras.
Session suspended. Hindi, pare, bumaba ang budget na. Abaw. Session resumed. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Congressman Mujib. Congressman Calderon, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The regions that suffered a decrease in budget includes Region 8, Region 9, Region 10, and Region 11.
Just for the record, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, in 2022, the budget of Region 9 was 301 million. Am I correct? I mean, 354.
Mr. Speaker, for 2022, the actual budget that was allocated for Region 9 is 162 million.
100,
62 million.
and in 2023,
In 2023, it's 181 million.
Region 9.
Yes, that's Region 9, Mr. Speaker.
That is the total budget of the entire region? Are
Yes,
you
Mr.
sure?
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Yes,
Can I
Mr.
have the
Speaker.
copy of your record? 1 minute suspension, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Okay na nga yung libro. Halal pa rin. Ayoko rin patagalin. But meron lang akong ipopokus. Actually. Okay, hindi.
Session resume. Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, just for the basis of our records, Mr. Speaker, we got the data from BESF of the budget expenditure. So our budget, just for the record, Mr. Speaker, I think the Department of Science and Technology can check this. In 2022, the budget of Region 9 was 354.1 million. In 2023, 301 million, and 2024, 275.8 million, based on BESF. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, just for the record, can I request for the copy of the document that you've shown to me, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Science and Technology will furnish you the copy of these figures and will explain to you the variances, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. On halal development, what I understand, distinguished sponsor, DOST is part of halal board, right? Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Ano ho ang role ng DOST sa halal board?
They're doing research on development of products.
For 2024, meron ho ba kayong PAPs para sa halal development? Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Sana patapos na rin ako.
Sessions resume. Mr. Sponsor, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, roughly it's 100 million because they're still consolidating the various allocation by agency, by attached agency. So it's a total of roughly 100 million for product development, for testing and certification, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, if you don't mind, ang tinatanong ko ho, kung merong item halimbawa, dahil bahagi kayo ng halal board, at alam ko meron kayong, ambaga ang DOST, merong dapat contribution sa halal development ng ating bansa. Kaya tinatanong ko kung meron bang item sa PAPS nyo on halal development. At magkano?
Mr. Speaker, there's no specific allocation, but because most of the allocation is proposal driven, but they have already allocated for halal 100 million for halal development.
Saan galing yung 100 million?
Most-
At saan dito sa item ng DOST ang 100 million?
Mostly from the grants in aid program, Mr.
Hindi,
Speaker.
ang tinatanong ko, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, sa budget na 25 billion, saan doon yung item na halal na 100 million?
Mr. Speaker, it's part of the grants and aid program. It's a per project allocation, Mr. Speaker.
I didn't hear. Can you repeat, Mr. Speaker?
It's from the grants and aid program, and the allocation is on a per project basis. It's a proposal driven.
Is that part of the 25 billion? Or
Yes,
is a
Mr.
fund
Speaker.
coming from the different agency who are part of the halal board?
It's grants and aid, and it's part of the 25 billion, Mr.
Now, may I ask, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kung meron bang roadmap for halal development ng DOST?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. There is a
Can I have the
roadmap.
copy right now, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, they will furnish you a copy, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Proceed.
Sessions resumed. Mr. Sponsor, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, with the commitment of the Secretary of the DOST to put an item on halal development and with their commitment also to give copy of their halal development roadmap, I will now end my interpellation because today is the birthday of our minority leader.
That is fully noted, Kong Bujib. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Gabriel Bordado Jr. of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Interpolator, Congressman Gabriel Bordado of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur, you are now recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last August 31st, 2023, during the conferment of the Order of National Scientists and the Presidential Medal of Merit in Malacanang, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. himself called upon scientists and government officials to strengthen the support to the administration's research and development programs. However, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Science and Technology is reportedly planning to slash by 83.3% the National Research Council of the Philippines Policy Development for S&T Advisory Program. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, what is the reason for this staggering cut?
Mr. Speaker, the department has no plans to slash the budget of NAST. It is the DBM that slashed the proposal made by DOST.
So in other words, Mr. Speaker, this is not the decision of the Department of Science and Technology.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because the proposal submitted by DOST is much higher than what is provided under the NEP, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. The President highlighted the importance of encouraging Filipino scientists, researchers, inventors, and innovators to remain in the country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, can you provide details about the resources and incentives the DOST intends to provide to create a favorable environment for local talent and to retain their expertise within our nation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the department is already implementing the Balik Scientist Program, which was by virtue of the enactment of Republic Act.
How's that again, Mr. Speaker? What's the name of the program?
Please repeat, Mr. Sponsor.
The department is now implementing the Balik Scientist Program.
Balik Scientist Program,
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker. Which is actually is an implementation of Republic Act number 11035, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any other programs aside from Balik Scientist Program?
Yes, the department have the Science and Technology Fellow program
Again,
and the Career Scientist program.
okay. Mr. Speaker, the President's vision of producing experts in various STEM fields is aligned with the broader goal of transforming our nation into a progressive society. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, could you provide insights into the projected timeline and milestones for realizing this vision?
Motion to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Sessions resume.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, there are several programs and being implemented already and continued to be implemented. So we cannot give you a specific milestone for each program, but it is still continuing. It is a continuing program. They are continuing programs, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing program. Mr. Speaker, what do you mean by continuing program?
This has been started already and is still being implemented presently and in the next few years, Mr. Speaker.
So in other words, Mr. Speaker, you have one program.
We have many programs, Mr. Speaker, not only one.
You have several programs.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, in line with the President's emphasis on utilizing science and technology to address real-world challenges, could you highlight some specific research and development projects that the DOST is currently undertaking to contribute to the advancement of our society and economy?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are currently developing, for example, for food security, the autonomous societal inspired mission-oriented vehicles that will study these are actually mobile and aerial robots equipped with object detection, mapping, and navigational capabilities, intended to serve as prototype towards developing field-ready units for productivity-related missions. Then we have the establishment of a seaweed R&D center in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. They have the strategic post-harvest research for innovative and novel technologies. That's for food security and some others, Mr. Speaker. We also have for health security, like the development of an RX box, which are delivered already to the Philippine General Hospital, and some other projects that are being undertaken currently by the department, Mr. Speaker.
So in other words, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, there are a lot of projects.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, Congressman Bordado.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Raul Daniel Manuel is now recognized for your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would our good sponsor be willing to answer a few questions?
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Una po, ito po ay idinulog sa atin ng mga scientists and researchers na nagtatrabaho under the UP Marine Sciences Institute dahil po merong mga long-term delays sa kanilang salaries at meron din pong ilang mga labor issues. Some had not received their salaries for as long as 8 months. Kaya may iba pong mga nagkikwit sa halip na ipagpatuloy ang pagsisilbi nila sa ating bansa. And the problem has existed even as far back as before the pandemic. Meron po bang magagawa ang DOST para mapabilis po ang pagbigay ng salaries ng ating mga scientists and researchers at ma-address din yung iba't ibang mga usapin?
Mr. Speaker, the delay could be traced because of the delay also in the submission of the requirements for the disbursement of these stipends, Mr. Speaker.
Kasunod na tanong, Mr. Speaker, tungkol naman sa ating mga city-run or LGU-run science high schools. Meron po bang ginagawang collaboration ang DOST, lalo through its Science Education Institute, para din magabayan ng ating mga city science high schools at mapataas ang kalidad ng kanilang edukasyon?
Yes, the department provides these LGU-run science high schools with learning modules and materials, Mr. Speaker, and teacher training also, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, pangatlo po, ano ang mga attached agencies ng DOST na meron pong mas mababang budget proposal kumpara sa budget na meron sila for this year? Kanina po nabanggit ng ating colleague, also from the minority, ang National Research Council of the Philippines. Ano-ano pa po yung iba? Nung committee budget briefing, pati din po ang Philippine Science High School System, and I would assume marami pa pong iba. Ano-ano po iyon?
We have the Philippine Science High School. Yes. From 2023 to ano ang agency? Agencies.
Motion to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
23 to 24. Yung mga agency.
Maliliit naman yan. Yan yung STI mo nga ba? Service Institute.
Session resumed. For leader, the sponsor, please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the agencies that suffered the decrease from the 2023 GAA to the 2024 NEP includes the Philippine Science High School, the NAST, the NRCP, the Advisory Council, and the STII, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, hearing that, I would like to manifest my support sa pag-reverse ng ganitong mga impending na differences or cuts sa iba't ibang programs and attached agencies ng DOST. Dahil, Mr. Speaker, if the country really wants to have genuine and strong national industries, ang science and technology po ay merong vital na papel para mangyari yan. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, with that, I end my interpellation at dapat ay mataasan pa natin ang pondo ng Department of Science and Technology. Yun lang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Noel. Manuel, sorry.
Mr.
Floor
Speaker,
leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Sergio Dagook of APEC Party List.
Congressman Sergio Gook of Party List. You're now recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, especially to Secretary Solidom and the DOST family. I hope na for the interest of time, with all due respect, of all the agencies since yesterday until now, with all due respect, medyo hindi handa si DOST. Simple questions. Medyo magtagal kayo, kaya napatagal tayo. I hope mabilis lang tong sa akin. Do we have, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, a council named Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development under the DOST? Mayroon po ba tayo?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Can the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, provide information to this representation as to the mandate of that particular unit of the Department of Science and Technology?
Mr. Speaker, the mandate is to coordinate, plan, and implement our research and development for industry, energy, and emerging technology.
So, one of the emphasis of that particular council is energy. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
So, since energy is one of the emphasis of that particular unit of the DOST, emphasizing also emerging technologies, ano-ano po ba in as far as energy is concerned? Kasi kulang yung sagot kanina. Ang sinasabi kasi energy security, pero I will no longer dwell on that, no. Energy security ang emphasis sa mandate ninyo. So, ano-ano po ba yung nagagawa na at ginagawa pa? And as far as our energy security is concerned?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, they are now undergoing research on advanced batteries, which is nickel iron high energy density batteries, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, my question is, ano po ba yung nagagawa na at yung ginagawa pa? Ang sagot po ng ginong sponsor ay yung ginagawa pa ngayon. Hindi po niya nasagot yung nagawa na.
Yes, there's the electric vehicle, Mr. Speaker, that has been done already, aside from the advanced batteries, which is still undergoing development.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ilang taon na po ba yung Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development? Ilang taon na po siya?
13 years, Mr. Speaker.
In 13 years, electric vehicle lang ba ang natapos ninyo? Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
We have aside from that, Mr. Speaker, we have the microgrid systems, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the Microgrid Act was just passed in the 18th Congress. I am the principal author of that bill, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So, for the interest of time, sabi nga ni to my colleague in the minority, si Kong Mujib, may birthday ngayon yung minority leader. May I just ask the Secretary Solidom to submit to the Committee on Appropriation or to my office, ano yung natapos na ninyo? Kasi with emphasis po yung unit na yan, research with emphasis on energy security. Now, with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I would like to reiterate my request for the last 2 years to kindly develop a software for the transmission and distribution analysis so that as far as I'm concerned, medyo natutulungan ninyo at natutupad ninyo yung inyong mandato in as far as itong PCI EERD. Kasi EB lang ang natapos natin eh. Can I get the commitment from the good secretary, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the department will commit to do that, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, that would be all. And for my interpellation, and since there is no other minority who would like to interpellate the budget of the DOST, I move to terminate the interpellation and debate on the proposed budget of the Department of Science and Technology for the fiscal year 2024, Mr. Speaker.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the DOST and its attached agencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate the budget of DOST. Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Congratulations, DOST. Session suspended. Sessions resume. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpellations of the proposed budget of the Department of Trade and Industry.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The motion is approved. Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes suspend.
Session suspended. Wala listahan ng DTI. Birthday na. Session resume. Session suspended.
May quorum ba?
Birthday kasi ni. Maino. Birthday.
Wala kang quorum ah.
Birthday.
Uwi na tayo, wala na kang quorum.
Ano mo, Jim? Birthday nga.
Majority. Leader.
Wag. Ito pare.
Birthday mo daw Monday. Kailan ba birthday mo?
Tapos na nung 11.
Monday daw birthday mo. Si Kong Gabi, Tuesday. Kong Raul,
Session resume. Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the head of the officials from the Department of Trade and Industry in its attached agencies and corporations, namely Secretary Alfredo Pascual, Undersecretary in Chief of Staff Ana Carolina Sanchez, Undersecretary for Competitiveness Innovation Group Rafaelita Aldaba, Undersecretary for Communication Maria Blanca Kim Bernardo Lukin, Assistant Secretary in OIC for Consumer Protection Group, Mary Jean Pacheco, Assistant Secretary for Industry Development and Trade Policy Group, Alan Gipti, Assistant Secretary for Management Services Group and Legal Services in Legislative Affairs, Agaton Teodoro Yubero, Assistant Secretary for Regional Operation Group, Yunila Baluyot, Assistant Secretary for Regional Operation Group, Maria Cristina Roque, Director for Planning and Management Services, Ruben Albin Arceo, Director for Finance Service, Maria Asuncion Cruzada, President and CEO of Philippines International Trading Corporation, Amy Lisa Chong, President and CEO of Philippines Pharma Procurement Incorporated, Attorney Benjamin de los Santos, Chairman of Cooperative Development Authority, Joseph Incabo, Executive Director for Philippine Trade Training Center, Nelly Nita Dilera, Executive Director for Construction Industry, Authority of the Philippines, Marco Maat, Deputy Executive Director for Design Center of the Philippines, Lucky Lopez, President of Small Businesses Corporation, Robert Bastillo, Assistant General Management of National Development Company, Attorney Ruel Mabasa, OIC Deputy Director General of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, Attorney Jenny June Romero, Assistant Director of Intellectual Property of the Philippines, Jenaline Escamar Badjelo.
We acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials from the Department of Trade and Industry and the attached agencies and corporations headed by Secretary Pascual. Welcome to the House of the People. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Christopher V.P. De Venecia, Vice Chairperson of the Committee of Appropriations, to answer the questions on the proposed budget of the Department of Trade and Industry.
The Vice Chairperson, Tof De Venecia, Vice Chair Luz Kimbo, Vice Chair Lim Kai Chong, Vice Chair Ed Go, and Ted Aresco. Please proceed, Vice Chair Tof De Venecia. You are now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to sponsor the proposed budget of the Department of Trade and Industry for fiscal year 2024. The agency is responsible for realizing the country's goal of globally competitive and innovative industry and services sector that contributes to inclusive growth and employment generation. It is the main economic catalyst that enables innovative, competitive, job-generating, inclusive business and empowers consumers. As a primary agency responsible for the country's trade, industry, and investment policies and programs, DTI is committed to enhancing the country's competitiveness and achieving decent work and economic growth. There are 5 attached agencies to the DTI, as mentioned: the Board of Investments, the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, Cooperative Development Authority, Design Center of the Philippines, and Philippine Trade Training Center. There are 5 attached GOCCs to the DTI, including the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority, or APECO, Center for International Trade, Expositions, and Exhibit and Missions, CITEM, Small Business Corporation, or SB Corp, Philippine International Trading Corporation, or PITC, and PEZA, or the Philippine Economic Zone Authority. Among the central office and the attached agencies, there are 12 main programs. So you have MSME development, export and investments development, industry development, consumer protection, and consumer education and advocacy. Under the CDA, there's cooperative development and cooperative regulation. Under the Board of Investments, there's investment promotions. Under Design Center, there's design, innovation, promotion, and development. Under the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, there's construction industry development and construction industry regulatory program. And under the Philippine Trade and Training Center, there's a Trade Business Management Training Program. So all in all, again, that's 12 main programs for the DTI and its attached agencies. Initially, they proposed a budget of 21 billion to the DBM to be able to properly carry out its mandate. However, what was allocated to them in the General Appropriations Bill is 7.91 billion. Although in fairness, this is higher by 9% than 6.58 billion in 2023, but still there's a lot to be done. Almost half of the department's expenditures go to MOE, followed by personal services and capital outlay. The reduction in the budget will negatively impact the agency insofar as the implementation of 7 laws that unfortunately are unfunded. The first is the Safeguard Measures Act. The Philippine Creative Industries Development Act thankfully has a marginal 50 million appropriation, but hopefully we can increase this as well. The Internet Transactions Act and the E-Commerce Act, the Vaporized Nicotine and Non-Nicotine Products Regulation Act, the international obligation to continue Philippine participation in standards, technical regulations, and conformity assessment procedures, and of course some locally funded projects that still need augmentation, such as the DTI Davao Occidental Provincial Office, international obligation to retain global recognition of the Philippine Accreditation Bureau as a national accreditation body. The decrease of the budget will also have a negative effect in other priority projects of the agency, which include implementation of the shared service facility project. Thankfully, there's a 500 million capital outlay insertion this year as compared to zero last year. But still, we need more SSFs to be able to support our MSME sectors. We need support to the opening of new posts in countries with strong potential for Philippines to increase bilateral trade and investment opportunities. We need support for the implementation of the digital trade and market access solution for MSME development, and the establishment of the Center for Artificial Intelligence Research. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, I solicit your kind support for the approval and, most importantly, the augmentation of DTI's budget. With your kind support, we can make a positive impact towards a more prosperous and competitive Philippines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are now ready for interpellation.
Thank you for your sponsorship speech, Kong Tov, Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Gabriel Bordado, 3rd District of Camarines Sur, for his interpellation.
Congressman Gabriel Bordado of Camsur, 3rd District.
Thank
We're now
you.
recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, considering the global disruptions caused by the events like COVID-19 pandemic and the so-called geopolitical tensions, how does the DTI plan to leverage the lessons from historical periods of upheaval to shape strategies and growth in the Philippines?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please proceed. So, Kong Tov.
DTI's proposed policy responses and interventions to address the impact and uncertainty in what was mentioned earlier about in the global economic forecasts can be summarized in the rebuild framework, which stands for revitalizing businesses, investments, livelihood, and domestic demand. So there are actually two broad strategies of the DTI for under the rebuild. First is revitalizing the demand of households and businesses, boosted by government spending, and two, empowering local industries to capture that demand. So through this, the DTI aims to create sort of like a cycle of sustained and growing economic activity with strong domestic linkages. In fact, there are 5 pillars to this framework. There's consumer expenditure, so of course, support local, promote local, buy local, go local. Increase accessibility to markets by supporting digitalization of our MSMEs, having online storefronts, making them digital ready. Provide contingency support to marginalized groups, and provision of business startup kits, alongside other government agencies that also support MSMEs. The second pillar is really investments. We need to be able to lower taxes or provide subsidies to encourage investment and boost consumer demand. Of course, we have new policies in place that can incentivize more investment in the country. We also want to improve investment climate to promote investments in innovation that can enhance productivity, foster economic growth, and promote competitiveness. There's also government expenditure, and that's where we come in. Right now, there's a 7.9 billion budget for the DTI, so thank you so much for that, DBM. But of course, we need more augmentation to be able to service more clients, especially our MSME sector, which is the lifeblood of our economy. Fourth is exports. We need to be able to increase our exports in the country. We're actually a net exporter of services, but we are a net importer of goods because of a host of different reasons. So we need to address these bottlenecks. And the Secretary actually has strategies in place for that. And then imports as well. So there's a comprehensive strategy to be able to address all of these challenges right now in the global economic disruptions that are being experienced by countries.
So in other words, Mr. Speaker, the DTI is ready to meet the challenges. Now, given the distinct characteristics and opportunities of different historical eras. Can you elaborate on the specific measures the government intends to implement in order to anticipate and manage future disruptions, particularly in the light of recent international conflicts and supply chain crises that have impacted the Philippines?
So I think there were strategies employed during like the first, second, and third industrial revolutions. Right now, we are in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. We're moving towards the knowledge economy, the Internet of Things. There's now rapid advancements in technology, especially with artificial intelligence. And so the DTI is actually preparing and has a policy on these disruptions and innovations that are happening in our industries, both in goods and services. Of course, their proposal for a Center for AI Research was unfunded in this particular budget, but perhaps we can get support for its augmentation. And there is a push towards science, technology, and innovation to revitalize all of the industry clusters that are being engendered by the DTI in its industrial strategy. So it's really capacitating players to be able to take advantage of new technologies to improve their productivity, and even encouraging the micro players, which is a majority of the MSME sector, the micro enterprises, to onboard their goods and services to the online platforms so that they can reach markets beyond their communities and eventually graduate to become small and then medium and then eventually to large enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, looking at the economic forecast for the Philippines this year, with a projected growth of around 5.3%, how does the DTI intend to ensure that the growth is inclusive and sustainable, especially considering the challenges posed by significantly high unemployment, inflation, and policy rate increases?
So to the question of the good gentleman, I latched on to the concept of inclusivity and sustainability. And really, if you look at the total population of registered business establishments in the country, I mean 99.58% of that is in the MSME sector, and 90% is actually micro. So a lot of the programs of MSMEs, for MSMEs by the central office, from MSME development, which is 1.8 billion pesos, for exports and investments development program, which also benefits MSMEs, to cooperative development, industry development, and so many other programs of the central office attached agencies, and even the corporations like Small Business Corp that provides loans to our MSMEs. All of that really cater to the sector, which again, as I said, forms the lifeblood of our economy. And for me, that is an indicator of inclusivity if we service the least among us, which is really the MSME sector. But even other sectors like women are provided dedicated programs by the agency. I mean, you have the TAAS, which stands for Empowering Local MSMEs and Women Entrepreneurs. T, Train for Success, A, Access for Wider Market, and A, Amplify Philippine-made products, and S, Sustain Growth. So you have a dedicated program just for women. You also have a Young Entrepreneurship Program, which is a program dedicated for the youth. in which there's competitive pitches and grants. In fact, in the creative sector, you have the Young Creatives Challenge in the previous budget, again catering to the youth. You also have the Kapatid Mentor Me program, and I'm actually witness to how impactful this program is when we had Explore PD for MSME Summit in my district, and the Kapatid Mentor Me programs from Go Negosyo were there to consult MSMEs with their business plans and help them transition and be more productive and sustainable. And of course, you have all of the locally funded projects of the DTI, which also service the MSME sectors. I see Kong Stella to my left, Marikina. There are a lot of shared service facilities for shoemakers in Marikina. There's shared service facilities in my district as well for candle makers, for peanut butter makers. You also have the OTOP Next Gen. You have the negosyo centers and the Go Local program. So there's really a lot of programs, projects, and activities that the DTI and its attached agencies are implementing to the least among us. And that is an indicator for me for this representation of inclusivity.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, an article mentions that there are both serious issues and reasons for optimism in the Philippines' key sectors. Can you provide specific examples of sectors where opportunities for growth and innovation exist? And how does the Department of Trade and Industry plan to support and harness these opportunities for the country's economic benefit?
Lots of opportunities, actually, Mr. Speaker. Before I get into what's in the four-pronged framework of the clustering, industrial clustering of DTI, of course, the creative industries, the creative sector. There's so much opportunity there, given that, of course, it generates jobs for 7 million Filipinos. We are highly competitive in this space. We are #1 in ASEAN in exporting creative services. And of course, it's contributing 7.3% to our GDP. That's why we really need to fund the Malikhaing Pinoy program. But actually, there are so many key sectors that have been identified by the DTI. These sectors, or clusters rather, are the industrial machinery and transport sector, the technology, media, and telecommunication sector, the health and life sciences sector, and the modern basic needs and resilient economy sector. These are all clusters that DTI is providing interventions for and providing for a framework to its development.
Again, thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Considering the complexity of the economic outlook in 2023, how does the DTI plan to collaborate with other government agencies, private stakeholders, and international partners to ensure a coordinated and effective response to the various challenges and opportunities facing the country?
Okay, thank you for that question, Mr. Speaker. So, okay, let's start with government. There are a lot of convergence programs and synergies happening with the whole of government towards servicing the MSME sector. Let's start with DPWH. There's the Roll It program, which is a infrastructure convergence program leading to areas with, trade and industry potential. In consonance with the DSWD, they implement a sustainable livelihood program, which also caters to the same clients of the DTI. But of course, in the tally of MSMEs in the country, some of the clients of DSWD are actually not included in the number of registered business establishments, because of course you have the sari-sari stores and many of our economic stakeholders in the grassroots and in the communities. There's also convergence with DOST, whose budget we just approved. They have the Set Up program, which is very much like the Shared Service Facility program of the DTI. So at least our MSME stakeholders are provided interventions, machineries, tools, equipment to increase their overall productivity. Of course, the DTI also provides contribution to the comprehensive agrarian reform program, which is being implemented by the DAR, and that's about 100 million plus in this year's budget, if I'm not mistaken, contribution to the comprehensive agrarian reform program. The Cooperative Development Authority, who experienced a budgetary increase this year, and thank you for that, DBM, is also servicing micro agri enterprises. And so they also synergize with the Department of Agriculture insofar as providing these capital grants to the beneficiaries as well as technical assistance. So really, there's a lot of synergy in terms of DTI and the whole of government. And in the creative industry as well, I mean, there are 10 government agencies that sit in the Creative Industry Council. In the private sector, you have the Private Sector Advisory Council, which meets with the president like twice a month, thereabouts, and gives support and strategic direction on how to address different governance areas from education, health, and many others, support for trade and industry. Of course, all of the industry roadmaps that are being created by the Board of Investments always are done in partnership with the private sector.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. And for the international,
Mr.
just to
Speaker.
wrap up, there's the World Economic Forum, USAID, UNIDO, Asian Development Bank, and many others. You're happy? Okay, thank you.
I am impressed by the answer of the sponsor. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kuya Gab.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, Kong Gabi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate is Kabataan Party List, Representative Raul Manuel.
Kabataan Party List Raul Manuel is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor yield to a few questions?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Una po tungkol sa BPOs or BPO companies. Meron na po ba tayong existing roadmap regarding the BPO industry in the Philippines?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there's an existing roadmap that was it funded or self-funded by the IBPAP? Self-funded by the IBPAP, with support, of course, from the Board of Investments up to 2028.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, kasama din po ba sa roadmap ang pagtitiyak na magkaroon din ng pagtaas sa sahod ng mga BPO workers from current rates, ang pagkakaroon ng mas maayos na working conditions sa mga BPO companies, pati din yung uphold ng right to organize ng mga workers sa BPOs?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In every roadmap, the labor sector needs to be accounted for, because they are the lifeblood of the industry. So yes, we have gotten confirmation from the DTI that the wages, the protections, the rights are accounted for in the roadmap.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, for the Board of Investments, gusto din po nating malaman, gaano po kalaki or ano po yung figures ng investments into our BPO industry na nanggagaling po sa labas ng bansa? Magkano po iyon and ano ang share nun sa total equity natin in the BPO industry?
more than 30 billion, more than $30 billion a year ang investment po sa IT BPM. If I may provide more specific figures, the BOI approved investments in the BPO industry for year 2023 is in the, is it 7.6? 7.6 billion?
Pero ano yan?
7.6 billion or million? So, okay. So for the year, as of September 20, year to date, there's a 7.6 billion peso approved BOI investment in the BPO industry. Last year, it was 28.4 billion. And yeah, yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, sa ngayon po, ano ang share ng mga foreign na BPO companies doon sa total na bilang ng mga BPO companies? So, pwedeng in terms of yung quantity or yung share din po ng foreigners doon sa investments mismo into the BPO industry in the Philippines.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, sorry, just to add to what was said earlier, I mentioned the BOI approved investments, but we have other investment promotion agencies in the DTI ecosystem. So including the PEZA approved investments in the BPO, there was a 7.6 billion peso investment as well, in addition to the 7.6 billion approved investment by BOI. With regards to the share of foreign enterprises in the investments in the BPO sector, 30% of member companies are foreign-based, whose ownership is overseas, but all are locally incorporated. 30%, as I mentioned earlier, have a global head office.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, saang bansa po based itong mga foreign companies investing into the BPO industry?
All over, Mr. Speaker, but a lot of them are from the US, from Europe.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, may our office request for the list of those countries. Bale, ano po yung mga companies, ang bansa sila based, at ano ang share nila doon sa total investment sa ating bansa? Can the sponsor commit to provide us with such data?
Mr. Speaker, DTI will gladly provide the honorable gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next po, regarding the transfer of registration of the IT BPM or the Information Technology and Business Process Management, yung mga firms po doon from PEZA to the BOI. Ilang firms po ang na-transfer na sa BOI?
There are about 473 out of 1,062. 52. Out of 1,052, there were 473 that transferred to the BOI from PEZA.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, on another topic, I'd like to ask if in the original budget proposal of DTI, nag-propose din po ba ito ng confidential funds for 2024? Kasi po, ngayon, Mr. Speaker, yun nga, usong-uso po ito. Pwede na pong gumawa ng mga dahilan para magkaroon po ng confidential fund yung isang agency. How about DTI?
Mr. Speaker, the DTI did not propose any item for confidential funds.
Mr. Speaker, halimbawa po, pwede sabihin ng agency para i-monitor ang mga nagmamanipulate ng prices ng iba't ibang goods, following the logic of the other agencies. So, hindi po ba yun na-consider din ng DTI to also request for confidential funds?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, in terms of monitoring anti-competitive practices in the market that impact our consumers as well as stakeholders, there are other government agencies that DTI works in consonance with. Of course, anti-competitive practices, you have the Philippine Competition Commission. It also works with Bureau of Customs for the seizure of contraband products and smuggling. And the DOJ also, right, in filing cases. And the NBI. So it works within an ecosystem of a whole of government approach towards addressing the pain points and challenges of the agency.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, in past years, nagkaroon po ba ng confidential funds ang DTI?
It's never had confidential funds, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may nakikita po bang circumstances ang DTI that might lead the agency to request for confidential funds in the coming years?
It doesn't see a foreseeable future. However, hopefully augmentation of its budget, Mr. Speaker, and R&D is very much needed.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, that's good to hear. Pwede naman pala na ma-fulfill ng isang civilian agency ang kanyang mandato nang hindi siya nagre-request ng confidential funds. Kaya we expect DTI to resist any urge to request for confidential funds and may it also not join the bandwagon of availing of confidential funds. Kaya Mr. Speaker, along with our sponsor, while kaya naman ng DTI na magtipid as I heard in past budget hearings, pero kung kaya naman nating dagdagan ang pondo ng DTI, lalo sa mga mahalagang programa, I would support that. No? Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, ang Industry Development Program, Consumer Education and Advocacy Program, pati ang Construction Industry Regulatory Program. Yeah. With that, Mr. Speaker, I end my interpellation and I thank the sponsor for answering my questions.
Thank you, Kong Raul.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to the next interpellator. From the Lone District of Basilan, Hajib Hataman.
The Congressman Hataman is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat. Magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. May the distinguished sponsor yield to some clarificatory question.
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, si DTI ba ang nag-recommend ng price cap sa bigas or anong agency ang nag-recommend?
It was DA and DTI that recommended the price cap.
Pero yung recommendation nyo hindi ho properly coordinated sa economic managers or properly coordinated?
They were, because it was a sectoral concern and it falls within the ambit of the Price Act, in which DTI is one of the main implementers. DTI took the lead. So the DBCC members were consulted as individuals.
What is the response of the distinguished sponsor?
Because it's a sectoral concern and it falls within the ambit of the Price Act, DTI and DA made recommendations.
My question, Mr.
And it was consulted with the DBCC.
With DBCC?
As individuals.
Pero bakit ganun ang reaction ng Secretary ng Department of Finance?
Because it's as individuals. They were consulted as individuals.
So hindi properly coordinated sa economic managers. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, nire-raise ko lang naman ang issue na yon kasi nga naging usapin. Though ako, I agree with the recommendation of the DTI, pero yun nga lang sinasabi ko, nabasa ko sa ilang pahayagan na nagkaroon ng, ang sinasabi ng Secretary ng DOF, hindi sila nakonsulta doon sa labas ng price cap sa bigas. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, let me go to another question. On halal development, Mr. Speaker, alam ho natin na ang DTI ang chair ng halal board based doon sa batas ng Halal Development Act. Pwedeng malaman, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kung magkano na ang inallocate or na-allocate ng DTI pagdating sa halal development?
With pertains to halal development, the DTI has actually allocated 147 million, or rather is proposing 147 million for halal trade and investment promotions capacity. Sorry, let me start over, Mr. Speaker. The DTI has created a halal industry development task force to ensure efficiency in the implementation of the mandate under RA 10817. It's also provided non-interest financing for SMEs and startups in the sector, and initiated local and international investment promotions to capacitate the local halal industry players.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ulitin ko po ang tanong ko. Magkano ang na-allocate na historical ho ng DTI mula nung nabuo ang batas tungkol sa halal development?
The initial answer, Mr. Speaker, is 10 million pesos a year as part of the regular budget of the Export Marketing Bureau since the year 2020.
Pero magkano ang specific para sa halal?
Yun
Kasi
po.
yung
10 million.
export ho, magkano?
10 million.
10 million. Ngayong taon ho, magkano?
10 million din po.
Nung nakaraang taon, magkano?
10 million. Every year since 2020, it's been 10 million.
Etong 10 million ho, ano yung basehan ng DTI? Bakit 10 million? Kasi nga ho, ang tinatanong ko, meron bang roadmap or halal industry development roadmap ang Department of Trade and Industry?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, DTI was proposing 147 million to shore up the budget for this particular opportunity and sector. However, yeah, it wasn't granted. And hopefully that can be part of our collective augmentation of DTI's budget. But I do believe the DOT is also looking towards developing halal tourism, especially with the reactivation of the BIMP IAGA. And then I heard your interpellation earlier of DOST that hopefully they can have a line item for halal also. So again, like the creative sector, the halal needs a whole of government
Si
intervention.
DOST ho, distinguished sponsor, based ho sa pag-uusap namin kanina, doon hindi naka-line item, pero nangako sila na maglalaan sila ng line item for halal na 100 million. Pwede rin bang malaman, halimbawa sa DTI, kung magkano ang pwede nilang ilaan para sa halal development program? Given na ang chair natin ay si Department of Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, nakikiusap po ang DTI na sana yung request nila for 147 million augmentation of the halal program of DTI, which is currently at 10 million, ay mapagbigyan ng Kongreso. But as of this year, it's 10 million.
So ano hong mangyayari, what will happen to the halal development program of DTI? What will be the impact of the disapproval of their budget request, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
So, Mr. Speaker, according to the DTI, they're going to be looking into public-private partnerships for the development of the sector, and coordination, of course, with the DOST, given their commitments, as well as coordination with the DOT. And yeah, everything from halal financing, which are provided by financial institutions to develop businesses in the sector. Certainly that can be achieved even with limited resources as of now. But ideally, there's augmentation.
But again, just to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, si DTI ho, wala pang halal development industry roadmap.
Meron na ba?
Si DOST ho, meron sila, pero si DTI meron o wala?
May industry development roadmap na. It's actually part of the proposed 147 million augmentation expenditure program for a halal industry roadmap to be crafted.
So, ibig sabihin ho niyan, kahit chair si DTI, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, since 2015, mula nung pagka-reconstitute ng board, wala pa rin talagang plano or halal development, industry development roadmap si DTI. Yun yung reality ho.
Mr. Speaker, while that seems to be the case,
Magkano ba, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, malaki ba ang gagastusin natin para sa pagbubuo ng roadmap? Para kailangan yung 147 million? Tingin ko naman ho, hindi tayo gagastos ng 10 million.
no, Mr. Speaker. Roadmaps usually are within the ballpark of 2 to 5 million thereabouts, or even 1 million. And the 147 proposed augmentation is for the implementation of what's in the roadmap.
Kaya nga,
But in the preparation of the roadmap, it's a marginal amount that can be accounted for in the 10 million proposed budget right now.
Pero bakit hanggang ngayon, Mr. Speaker, kung meron sila kada taon na 10 million, hanggang ngayon wala silang halal development industry roadmap?
The 10 million a year since 2020 has been used for marketing, participation in international expositions.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, binabanggit nyo nga ho na hindi mga 1 million lang kailangan. Pero alam naman ho natin sa isang ahensya, napakahalaga ng roadmap, napakahalaga ng plano. Parang ang point ko lang, Mr. Speaker, hindi yata prioridad ng DTI kahit sila ang chair para sa pag-develop at pag-invest doon sa halal development industry.
Mr. Speaker, we have gotten commitment from DTI
Kasi Mr.
that
Chair,
they will finance
Mr. Speaker,
the roadmap.
distinguished sponsor, kung hindi ho handa si DTI, tingin ko pwedeng ipanukala natin dito sa Kongreso, pwedeng sumuko si DTI, atrasan niya ang responsibilidad para maibigay sa iba, maamyendahan ng batas. Kasi, meron tayong batas, noong 2015 pa na ipasa, pero hanggang ngayon ho, napaka-basic na document na dapat ginagawa ng isang ahensya, pero hindi nagagawa hanggang sa ngayon. Kasi it's a question of priority or focus ng isang departamento.
Mr. Speaker, actually, we have gotten commitment again from DTI to prioritize the development of the sector now that there's an interagency task force in which all different government players will have a whole-of-government approach to developing our halal industry. And in terms of like the creation of the roadmap, and we agree with the distinguished gentleman that you need a roadmap so that you can fund programs in the pipeline to attain the key result areas and KPIs of said roadmap. We have gotten commitment that the DTI will fund the creation of a roadmap at the soonest.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, may I have the categorical commitment of the department that the roadmap be developed this year or early next year?
Yes.
We've just organized the task.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Mr. Speaker.
We'll start with the roadmap.
Since the task force has been organized, they will start with the roadmap.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, with that commitment. Last point, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. There is a 10 billion for the year 2024. This is a convergence between DPWH and the DTI. Kung tawagin nila, roll it. Anong role ni DTI ho dito? Kayo ba ang nagre-rekomenda at si DPWH ang nag-i-implement? Or si DPWH ang lahat mula recommendation hanggang authority to allocate?
So, Mr. Speaker, it's actually the DTI that recommends which projects should be implemented as part of the convergence program, and then it's the DPWH that funds it and implements it.
So yung recommendation and approval is from DTI.
The recommendation and
Yes,
approval
thank
is
you,
from
Mr.
DTI.
Speaker.
Yes.
Can I have the list of projects under Roll 8 in 2022-2023 and the proposal for 2024? Do you have the copy of that, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, we can certainly provide the Office of
Can I have it now?
Now.
Replica?
All right. We have on a regional basis, if that will suffice.
1 minute suspension now, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ano yung parameters na ginagamit natin dito sa pag-identify ng Roll 8?
Mr. Speaker, some of the parameters include linkage to market, linkage to industrial zones, local trade, and local trade production. Those are some of the criteria.
Hindi, kaya ko tinatanong to Mr. Speaker, ang lagi-laging numero 1 sa allocation ay NCR. From Roll 8 to TRIP, lagi ho si NCR. Si DPWH, lagi rin si NCR. Kaya nga ang tinatanong ko, ano yung exact parameters na ginagamit ng DTI sa pag-identify at pag-approve?
Okay, so Mr. Speaker, the pre-qualification criteria include first transmittal letter cover memorandum, certification by DTI, that the road project is part of a regular truck route used to transport food and agribusiness products towards markets, manufacturing centers, ports and airports, and logistics facilities. Of course, there needs to be certification by the private sector that the road project being proposed is part, and then also certification by the DPWH. It should not be a new road, and road openings is also prohibited under said program. So those are the criteria.
Your Honor, yung, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung pinadala ho nyong approved projects under NEP for 2024 is only for 2024. But what about the 2023 and the year 2022?
We have the summary, and we
Hindi,
can
by
provide.
regional allocation and by district allocation.
Yeah, we can provide that to Kong Mujib.
Wala ngayon?
Summary lang po ang meron ngayon, Mr. Speaker, from the previous years, from 2018 to 2023.
Ano? Sabi ni Senior Deputy Minority, kailangan niya rin ng kopya bago tayo mag-terminate to.
Breakdown. Mr. Speaker, move to suspend.
Session suspended.
Boss, baka po...
Session
boss,
resumed.
wait.
When can you provide? 2023. Natin na niya.
Chief, uwi ka na.
2022 and 2020.
Opening the 2022. Getting it from the
By when can you provide? Yes. By tomorrow.
Honorable Hataman is recognized to proceed with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished. Mr. Speaker, one last question. Ang recommendation ay galing, ang listahan ng recommendation ay nanggaling sa DTI, tama?
That's correct.
Okay. Paano ang process ni DTI sa pagkolekta ng mga, pag-identify ng mga lugar?
Yung pre-qualification criteria po, Mr. Speaker, na binanggit ko kanina, kailangan may endorsement ng private sector, among others.
So for the record, Mr. Speaker, sino ang may final say at nag-allocate based doon sa listahan na binigay ni DTI?
According to the agency, after the DTI has transmitted all the recommendations, it's ultimately DPWH.
Si
that
DPWH.
selects.
So in short, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, si DPWH ang maglalagay ng amount at pondo based doon sa recommendation ni DTI sa mga list.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
With that, Mr. Speaker, since today is the birthday of our minority leader, I will now end my interpellation, and I hope all the documents that I am requesting, may this representation be furnished by the distinguished sponsor and the agency. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, DTI.
Daghang salamat. Thank you very much, Honorable Hataman. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last to interpolate for the Department of Trade and Industry, Mon Espares of COPNATCO party list.
The gentleman is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I end have a motion to end the interpellation, I would like really to manifest my support for the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry. And Mr. Speaker, to record and put this in the record, I would like to get the commitment of the sponsor to consider what has been approved during the budget briefing, the request of the CDA for the additional budget of 94 million. Can I hear from the sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will definitely work with the APRO committee to provide augmentation to the CDA as well as to the other attached agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also, I would like to get also the commitment of the DTI through the sponsor to review, amend the Joint Administrative Order 001-2023 with regards to the penalty on the failure to submit reportorial requirements of the cooperatives with the CDA and DBIR, because the penalties is, I think, it will really defeat the cooperatives, because the first offense there of non-submission is already 100,000, second offense is 500,000. So maraming cooperative ang mawawala dito if they fail. No? So they are going to review and make amendments in consultation with CDA and the cooperative sector to this effect. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, can I hear the commitment of the DTI through the sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there's a commitment from the CDA that they are continuously reviewing the JAO that was mentioned along with the other agencies who are involved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since no more member of the minority wish to interpolate, I therefore move to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate of the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry for the fiscal year 2020.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the Department of Trade and Industry.
There is a joint motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the proposed budget of the Department of Trade and Industry. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is thereby carried. Congratulations,
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we
Suspend consideration of House Bill 8980.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and ask the Secretary General to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as correspondence and committee reports.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills on first reading.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 9158 to enhance citizens' access to government information and services by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Bryan, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 9159 amending certain provisions of the Philippine Cooperative Code of 2008 to further strengthen the cooperative movement in the country. By Representatives Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Erwin, Yap Edvic, and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Cooperative Development.
House Bill 9160, institutionalizing active transport by establishing a safe pathways network of bicycle lanes, walkways, and slow streets by Representatives Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Erwin, Yap Edvic, and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals.
House Bill 9161, prohibiting the imposition of excessive recruitment or placement fees against OFWs by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers' Affairs.
House Bill 9162, integrating financial literacy in the senior high school curriculum by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9163, creating Sandigan Bayan divisions for the Visayas and Mindanao regions by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9164 to 9188, mandating the installation of emergency fire safety cabinets in every 300 square meters of areas in certain barangays of District 1 and District 2 of Cagayan de Oro City by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9189, providing for free annual medical checkup for Filipinos by Representative Saulog.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9190, granting scholarship to all public school teachers by Representative Saulog.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9192, declaring the Baybay, Maasin, Macrohan, Sogod Road into primary national by Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 9193, declaring March 31 of every year a non-working holiday in the whole province of Southern Leyte in commemoration of the first Mass held in Limasawa Island, Southern Leyte, to be known as the First Mass Day by Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9194, providing for the establishment of a digital prison record system by the Bucor and the BJMP by Representatives Marcos, Gintu, Asistio, D. Faustino, Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, and Revilla Bryan.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9195, converting the municipality of Datu Odinsinsuat in the province of Maguindanao del Norte into a component city to be known as the city of Datu Odinsinsuat by Representative Mastura.
To the Committee on Local Government.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1301, requesting the Honorable Speaker of the House to implement the 19th Congress oversight powers over the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government in its administration over the provinces, cities, municipalities, and barangays within its territorial jurisdiction as provided for by the Bangsamoro Organic Law by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Resolution 1302, urging the appropriate committee of the House to conduct an inquiry for the immediate review and possible revocation of franchises of existing electric cooperatives and the entry of new electric cooperatives in the industry by Representatives Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Yap Edvic, and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 768 and 769, submitted by the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Resolution numbers 1303 and 1304, respectively.
To the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business. Resolutions. House Resolution 1305, urging appropriate committees of the House to conduct an inquiry into the establishment of lounges dedicated to OFWs in various international airports in the country by Representative Bagsino.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1306, urging the House to conduct an inquiry on ongoing conflict between Green City Estate Development Corporation and the Mabilog farmers of Punta Halahala, Rizal by Representative Tanwatco.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1307, urging the Department of Energy and DNR to conduct an investigation on the construction and operation activities of the Eurohydro power plant in the province of Cotabato by Representative Santos.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1308, requesting His Excellency President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. to issue an executive order upgrading the subport of the Jangas into an independent customs collection district or principal port of entry, thereby separating the same from collection district number 12 port of Davao by Representatives Acharon, Kawagdan, Lumayag, Mendoza, Miguel, Sakdalan, Sakalaruran, Santos, Suansing Horacio, and Solon.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Resolution 1309, directing the Committee on Ecology to conduct an inquiry on the reported massive bleaching of the country's coral reefs by Representative Tan Keith Micah.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1310, calling for an investigation by the appropriate committee of the House on the over-importation of agricultural products and government measures to control importation by Representative Briones.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1311, urging the House Committee on Human Rights to investigate the abduction of Jonila Castro and Jed Tamano by the AFP, the PNP, and the NTF-LCAC by Representatives Manuel, Rosas, and Castro France.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1312, congratulating and commending the 2023 Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipino awardees for their dedication and steadfast commitment in providing exceptional public service by Representatives Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message from the President, Malacanang Palace, Manila, dated 20 September 2023, Honorable Ferdinand Romualdez, Speaker, House of Representatives, Batasan Hills, Quezon City. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26, Paragraph 2 of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of House Bill Number 8980, entitled An Act Appropriating Funds for the Operation of the Government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2024, in order to address the need to maintain continuous government operations following the end of the current fiscal year, to expedite the funding of various programs, projects, and activities for fiscal year 2024, and to ensure budgetary preparedness that will enable the government to effectively perform its constitutional mandate. Best regards, very truly yours, signed President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution 1312 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the same measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution number 1312.
House Resolution 1312. Resolution congratulating and commending the 2023 Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipino awardees for their dedication and steadfast commitment in providing exceptional public service.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 1312 in consolidation with House Resolution 1298. So I move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. All those in favor to adopt House Resolution 1312, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? The ayes have it. House Resolution 1312 is hereby adopted in consolidation with House Resolution 1298. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until tomorrow, September 20 at 9 a.m. in the morning.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Session is suspended until tomorrow, September 21 at 9 a.m.